Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, please take your seats. We are about to start in 1 minute. Very impressive. This was less than a minute, so thank you. Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. Thank you for your interest in the Innovation Forum. If you would like to have the agendas, there are many here in the room, but you can also find them before the room, as usual, for IMO meetings. And we will start with some opening remarks. First, from our Secretary General, a video message that will be followed up by the Ambassador of Norway, Mr. Tore Hatrem, and by Ms. Martina Otto, the Head of Climate and Clean Air Coalition Secretariat, Industry and Economy Division from UNEP. So first, please listen to the welcoming remarks of Arsenio Dominguez, Secretary General of IMO.
Gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the Innovation Forum 2024, organized in partnership between the International Maritime.
Sorry for this, I promise you it worked when we were testing it, but we will start then with the in-person welcomes, and we will get back to the Secretary General in a few minutes. Thank you very much. So I would like to ask, please, High Excellency Mr. Tore Hatrem, Ambassador of Norway to the United Kingdom, to share his welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome you here, both in person and online, to the Innovation Forum 2024, organized in partnership between the International Maritime Organization and the United Nations Environment Programme and the Government of Norway. I thank the IMO for hosting this event, and for IMO and UNEP for their continuous efforts to showcase innovative approaches, technologies, and models that can enable developing countries to explore opportunities offered by maritime decarbonization and alternative fuels development, fueling this transformation. Norway is committed to embrace this transition, and particularly that developing countries, including least developed countries and small island developing countries, can explore their own options for renewable fuel production to be made available to international shipping, or in other forms, them to benefit from shipping decarbonization. Alongside today's Innovation Forum, Norway has actively supporting developing countries in their efforts to implement the 2023 IMO strategy on the reduction of GHG emissions from ships through the Green Voyage 2050 program. This initiative has led to significant progress in the development of 4 national action plans, which are essential for guiding countries in their decarbonization efforts. The program has also been supporting the development of feasibility studies in several countries, an important step towards creating a pipeline of bankable proposals for future technological implementation. With the additional approximately $20 million, Phase 2 will build on the success of Phase 1, focusing on even deeper integration with the global energy transition. It will assist developing countries in identifying and assessing opportunities to produce and develop near-zero and zero-carbon fuels, strengthening their role in the global shift towards sustainable energy future. Technology pilots, deployment, learning from each other on a variety of issues, including safety issues, seafarer roles, investment and finance needs and opportunities, are all key to make maritime decarbonization happen with leaving no one behind. The next 2 days will provide you with the opportunities to learn more about these enabling factors through listening and engaging in discussions around 1. Models of collaboration between key stakeholders for maritime decarbonization. 2. Around national approaches to integrated innovation and energy maritime nexus in implementing the 2023 IMO-GHG strategy. And thirdly, around global ongoing support to maritime decarbonization in developing countries. And finally, on the role of finance and financial institutions' ongoing investments. I hope that you will actively contribute to identify solutions applicable to developing countries, promote further cooperation, and facilitate the exchange of best practices leading to impact on the ground. Wishing you fruitful discussions ahead. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and thank you for Norway for the generous support to IMO and UNEP to host this event, and also for the various projects you mentioned, especially Green Voyage 2050, which is our flagship project addressing maritime decarbonization and support to the implementation of the 2023 IMO-GHG strategy. With this, if you allow us, we will try again the video. And I've been told that, of course, it was my fault, because everyone should put on the headsets, which you can find under your desk. So please, if you can put these headsets on, and then the video should be working, both with the sound. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the Innovation Forum 2024, organized in partnership between the International Maritime Organization and the United Nations Environment Programme. I wish to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the Government of Norway for the continuous funding of this forum and other IMO projects, underscoring Norway's commitment to boosting sustainable development in the maritime sector. Together with UNEP, we share a joint commitment to tackle the triple planetary crisis: climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, and address the health of our oceans. This year's Innovations Forum theme is Innovation to Support Maritime Decarbonization, with focus on developing countries. You will all have in mind the overarching framework of the 2023 IMO strategy on the reduction of GHG emissions from ships. Key elements in the strategy require all stakeholders to join in a series of undertakings to support the transition. First, to enhance the energy efficiency of ships and support the global availability and uptake of low-carbon and zero-carbon fuels and technologies. Second, to initiate efforts to explore renewable fuel production opportunities to be made available to international shipping, notably in developing countries, including least developed countries and small island developing states. Thirdly, to develop seafarers training and skill programs to support the reduction of GHG emissions from ships. And finally, to support partnerships and technology deployment in these areas. The next 2 days will provide you with the opportunity to explore these key areas, including financing models and investment opportunities available to support a green transition of the maritime industry. I encourage you to identify solutions applicable to developing countries, promote further cooperation, and facilitate the exchange of best practices, leading to significant impact on the ground through new pilots and investment. I wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. I know personally that the Secretary General is very much dedicated both to addressing maritime decarbonization and innovation and needs of developing countries, but he had a last-minute urgent issue which made him unable to attend, and therefore he provided this video message. With this, now I would like to ask Ms. Martina Otto, Head of Climate and Clean Air Coalition Secretariat, Industry and Economy Division from UNEP, please to also give us her welcoming remarks. Martina, please.
And thanks very much to the IMO and the Government of Norway for the partnership with UNEP in this conference series. Innovation is key to unlock solutions and getting them to scale. So I really look forward to the discussions over the next 2 days. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the maritime sector to pull its economic power for good. Or as Inge Andersen, UNEP's executive director, put it when she addressed you at a previous edition of this conference, the maritime sector can and must decarbonize to get a handle on the climate crisis and to avoid a future nobody wants. And you're all aware of the 3% number capturing the sector's GHG footprint, no need to tell you, but it's really a story of impact and being impacted. And I think you're very well aware of that as well. Obviously, the latest example being the economic cost incurred for route changes due to the low water level in the Panama Canal, for example, due to climate change and the changes in rainfall patterns. So it does become a question of economics, very much so. So being a leader in this space is a matter of self-interest as well. And what are the solutions? We already heard energy efficiency improvements. That's I think very well anchored already in your business models as well, because you'd rather carry around goods and passengers than fuel that is being burned to run the engines. Fuel switches are another route, and we do see breakthroughs in this space. But I want to add to the debate that decarbonization alone, i.e. a focus only on CO2, is no longer good enough. There's an aspect of time and temperature that we need to keep an eye on. And scientists do tell us that we might hit 1.5 degrees, our Paris Agreement limit, that may take us over some of those climate tipping points that we absolutely want to avoid already over the next 5 years. So anything that comes to effect then mid or end of the century is absolutely needed, don't get me wrong, but is no longer good enough. We have to do what we can to curb warming in the near term. And that means we also need to do, in parallel to deep decarbonization, some actions on pollutants that have a higher warming potential over a shorter period of time. And I'm calling them the super pollutants, because that helps us to get actually to this curbing of the warming curve earlier. And several of these are also air pollutants. And we know that port cities are often amongst the most polluted around the globe, with near port communities heavily affected. And obviously these pollutants in the maritime world come largely from ship engines, especially those burning heavy fuel oil, as well as the port infrastructure. So there are areas, levers to use. With the increasing trade in liquefied natural gas, and that's part of the energy transition, obviously, and with considering methane as well as an alternative fuel, methane leaks are also a problem that I want to encourage everybody to reckon with, because methane is 80 times more powerful at warming the atmosphere than CO2 over a 20-year time period. Black carbon from ship exhaust is particularly problematic in coastal areas for the health reasons, but it's very problematic in sensitive areas like the Arctic, where it speeds up the melting of the ice, and with it, sea level rise. As the sector experiments with ammonia and biofuels, there's a risk that it comes with unintended nitrous oxide emissions, if not managed properly. So again, it's not don't do it, it's how can we avoid unintended consequences further down the line. So we factor it in before we get really started. And that is really a call for life cycle analysis before we really engage in these heavy investments in the infrastructure that are needed. Now, innovation is critical not only in the search for technology solutions, but equally when we look at the policies that drive effective change and how we create new partnerships that work. And we do see new approaches in ratcheting up targets and standards. We see pricing signals such as emission trading schemes applied to the shipping sector, and we'll need the courage and the creativity to design and implement enabling frameworks to drive the change at the scale and the speed that is needed. But last but not least, collaboration. And here I want to just mention 3 avenues. And the first is about forging coalitions of those who want to go further and faster. And it's extremely important what happens in this house here with putting a framework that is negotiated, but that is applicable to everybody. Super important. But on that way, maybe to speed up things, looking at that coalitions where we can see a drive that inspires others. The second is about forging regional cooperation. And for example, we in the Climate and Clean Air Coalition have received a request by African countries to look at collaboration on these emission control areas, exchange of experiences, and dealing with capacity gaps. That's a very concrete opportunity to work together with the colleagues from the IMO, with the colleagues from Norway, but really looking at regional cooperation in this as well. And the third that I wanted to highlight is the cooperation with the port cities, because those are not only amongst us impacted, but they are also the connecting point to the energy infrastructure. So how can we use this to drive an energy transition with maybe sometimes the demand not quite being there on land, but this activity that becomes an economic driver is a force in taking up some of the renewable energy that could come with this transition. So just thinking a little differently. And I think that's really what I want to end with. Applauding the IMO target of cutting greenhouse gas emissions for shipping by at least 50% by 2050 can only be applauded. We can't get there without accelerating innovation across the industry, without translating those into legally binding measures nationally, and without these new partnerships. Innovation starts with posing the question differently. So yes, decarbonizing and addressing the super pollutants in the maritime sector is not just an environmental imperative. It's also an economic opportunity. How do we harness it? And I look forward to the discussions over the next 2 days to find a solution to that. Thank you, an answer to that, or many. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and special thanks for UNEP for being here this year in high numbers. You will hear more from colleagues from UNEP in different panels from different parts of UNEP. Indeed, it's really encouraging to learn also from other sectors. And as you were saying, there are many areas where we can learn, like the life cycle assessment, for example. And this is the 4th year that we are collaborating with UNEP for the Innovation Forum. And again, we have more than 1,000 people watching us around the globe, and around 200 registered participants, if not even more in person. So it showcases also the importance of the topic to address, to go beyond regulations. We know, of course, that regulation drives innovation, but also to see the other key enablers. And with this, I would like to call upon now someone who had the idea first to support us and to encourage us to work together with UNEP and hold the Innovation Forum the first time. So I would like to ask Mr. Sveinung Oftedal, Specialist Director, Department of Marine Management and Pollution Control, Ministry of Climate and Environment of Norway. Many of you will know him also as the chair of the ISWG, to please come and set the scene a bit for the discussions that we will continue with for the next 2 days, not years, sorry. Please, Sveinung. That's another part of the house.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me loud and clearly. The adoption of the initial IMO GHG strategy, the first one in 2018, was in many ways a wake-up call. It gave a clear signal all around the world that yes, the IMO is awake and will act firmly on climate. And to all stakeholders in maritime, yes, we will need to orchestrate the most complex transition in the modern history of shipping. We stated clearly in the strategy that the transition needs to be just and equitable and leave no one behind. We clearly saw the need to support developing countries in their transition to phase out emissions, and therefore, as Ambassador Hattem highlighted in his opening speech, Norway, in cooperation with the IMO, established Green Voice 2050 in 2019. And since that start, it has been growing. Our support has been growing. The number of donors have been growing. And the actions in the partner countries have been growing. And I have also learned that the interest from developing countries to take part in the project is growing. And that is a token of willingness, a willingness to do it. At the same time, we also saw the need to connect land and sea better in the maritime climate transition and fostering innovation in developing countries. And that this could be taken well care of by connecting UNEP and the IMO even better. And therefore, the Innovation Forum was born with the first event in 2021. Now, last year, in the 2023 GHG strategy, we stepped up our ambitions. More needs to be achieved sooner, and finally leading to net zero emissions by or around 2050. However, learnings from the past 3 innovation forums give me some sort of optimism on our bold and complex task. And I will try to explain why. The optimism I have is not because we can already harvest major results, but because of initiatives like the Green Voice 2050 and our activities in the Innovation Forum is step by step bringing more food into the opportunities. Also, in developing countries, instead of nourishing obstacles, hurdles, it cannot be done. Now we see, actually it can be done, and the willingness to embark on the task with even higher energy. Yes, innovation and also deployment of zero-emission solutions are happening in various corners of the world. And yes, we can already see that commercial contracts between companies in developed countries and companies in developing countries deliver zero-emission ships and fuels. And this will need to grow to link us together in the transition, both when it comes to policy development and also in the commercial world. And that is why we also this year organized the Innovation Forum. Earlier this month at MEPC 82, we made good progress on the IMO Net Zero Framework, which will be the main instrument in leading shipping to net zero. Let there be no doubt, the commitment by all to deliver on time and in line with the IMO 2023 GHG strategy is strong and unquestioned. On this background, I find the program at this year's Innovation Forum of high value for my task in the negotiations. I need to be as informed as possible on how the transition to zero-emission shipping can succeed in all corners of the world. I would also like to point towards the national action plans, which give countries an opportunity to develop policies and strategies to address GHG emissions from shipping. You will hear about these plans and about these links and how the importance of these national action plans in the transition. You will hear about that later on today. You will also have the opportunity to engage with distinguished panel members about ongoing projects, initiatives that have innovation in their core, supporting maritime decarbonization in developing countries. I will be very much looking forward to hear not only about ongoing best practices in shipping, but also about energy production and collaboration models and the National Action Plan development, but also about the financing and investment opportunities. Emission reduction will not come by itself. It comes by developing projects and investing in projects and making them sustainable. I will listen eagerly to lessons we can learn from UNEP, including experience related to life cycle assessment, circular economy approaches, new technologies related to safety regulations, and innovative financing mechanisms. Before I conclude, I will encourage your engagement through these 2 days in the Innovation Forum, and as you can see from the program, we have some interactive segments. I hope you will participate in those interactive segments. It is often said that tomorrow is created by what we do today. Zero-emission shipping is not created tomorrow. It is created by what we do today. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for your more personal remarks and linking it with your experience as the chair of ISWG. And now I would like to ask for the chair of the Marine Environment Protection Committee, Dr. Harry Conway from Liberia, to please also share your welcoming remarks and set the scene a bit even further.
Thank you, Georgia. Good morning, distinguished participants. Why are you so serious as though 2050 is here? I mean, that's better. Yeah, smile a bit, you know. You are here to innovate, so I expect you to start smiling and innovating. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your interest in the IMO-UNEP-Norway Innovative Forum 2024, which this year is going to focus fully on how to enable developing countries, including least developed countries and small island developing states, to benefit from opportunities offered by maritime decarbonization. The Innovative Forum 2024 provides a platform for the exchange of ideas on innovation, models, ongoing global initiatives, stakeholder coordination, with focus on the linkage of energy and shipping through ongoing or planned investments and national implementation best practices, which can support developing countries. I need not remind you that without innovation, the path to decarbonizing shipping by 2050 will be extremely challenging, if not impossible. It is innovative technologies that will manufacture the energy-efficient vessels that emit less CO2. It is innovation that will ensure vessels are operated efficiently to reduce CO2 emissions. It is innovation that will deliver the alternative fuels we craved. It is a retrained and repurposed seafaring workforce working innovatively that will man such vessels. Therefore, as we discuss potential candidates midterm GHG reduction measures within the MEPC, we are mindful that the energy-efficient vessels that are required for the implementation of the measures will depend on innovative technologies in one form or the other. It is innovation that is helping member states within the MEPC to see the opportunities decarbonization presents to developing countries. Hence, we strive to be as innovative within the MEPC as we formulate the regulations towards decarbonization by 2050. This innovation is nudging us within the MEPC to appreciate the wisdom of compromises, consensus, collaboration, cooperation, and commitment towards a clear shipping decarbonization regulation. Clear regulations drive innovation and the fruits of IMO regulatory framework, particularly the IMO 2020 GHG strategy, are already visible through the development of new technologies, alternative fuels for shipping, new designs and operational models, as well as cross-border coordination, such as is being seen in green shipping corridors development. Next to regulation, key enablers of maritime decarbonization are research and development models, capacity building, especially capacity building for seafarers, national action plans, coordination mechanisms which enable maritime to benefit from overall energy transition plans, both on national and international levels, and initiatives which strengthen the seat of maritime around the table to ensure it benefits from development aid and necessary investments to decarbonize the sector. Throughout today and tomorrow, you will hear more from the panel members about these topics, including national implementation, coordination efforts, global cooperation models, ongoing IMO GHG projects, lessons learned from developing countries, and investment opportunities and challenges. I very much look forward to hearing from the financial institutions about their ongoing efforts to support maritime decarbonization in Session 7, as this is oftentimes an overlooked area, resulting to maritime in developing countries receiving very small percentage of available official development assistance, project funding, or multilateral development banks' investments. Even though we know based on the latest UNCTAD report that these investment needs are very substantial. I am keen thus to hear especially about this topic, but overall also about other maritime decarbonization innovation enablers, be it replicable models, capacity building trainings, national or international best practices. I'm looking forward also to the analysis prepared by the independent expert in relation to these enabling factors which can support maritime decarbonization in developing countries. I thank you very much and try to smile while you innovate.
Thank you very much, Harry, and that had been also a good motto for the forum. We try to be innovative this year, also in the way we run the forum, with two elements. One is, as you already heard from Sveinung, it will be a bit more interactive after this opening session. It will be fully panel discussions followed up by Slidos and then Q&A. And the second bit is that because it's already the fourth forum, we thought that it makes sense to take stock. So we asked an independent consultant to develop a background document to the forum, which you can all see online, and you will hear more about it now from the expert. And the background document was aiming to take stock of the achievements, key messages of the past forums, but also follow up and achievements, best practices, both on country level and international level when it comes to the key enablers. So we were not looking at the regulatory side of things, but we were looking at what other key enablers are there on the national level when it comes to implementation, or to stakeholder collaboration with a focus on the link of energy and maritime. So with this, I would like to ask the international expert to please and present his findings. And as mentioned before, you can see the full report on our website. I have to say, for me, the most interesting was to see the great progress that you highlighted in the country case studies. So please, if you would like more information on this report, also visit our website. And now I would like to ask, please, Mr. Dubarjati-Das, I hope I pronounce it well, our technical expert, to please come and present the study.
Thank you, Georgie. Thank you, IMO, for the invitation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, very good morning. So let me just start by sharing the flow of the presentation. We'll start by just talking a little bit about the purpose of the document, and then take a quick stock of as a summary of the past forums. And then we look at the synergistic collaboration, both international, regional, and national level. For national level, we take 3 case studies, India, Morocco, and Chile, and we draw some conclusions from those. And then we finally look at 2 key components, the people-centric capacity building and seafarers training, and the maritime decarbonization investments and innovative financing, and finally leave you with some questions to stimulate further discussions and considerations. So that is, with that, the purpose is basically 3. Summarize the lessons learned from past forums. Number 2, showcase best practices on maritime decarbonization areas. And number 3, act as a reference material for all the participants. Moving forward, I will not dwell on this, everybody knows about this, but just to highlight that this sets the tone, this sets the agenda, and we're talking about 3 key areas, namely the reduction of GHG emission, the carbon intensity, and the uptake of zero or near zero emission technologies, energy sources, or fuel, all with very specific quantified targets with very specific timelines. Trying to not pardon my pun, but basically the entire industry is energized to reach these quantified targets. Moving on, maritime decarbonization pathway, broadly we can say there are three components. First two components are the energy efficiency. Energy efficiency first through operational areas and energy efficiency through design areas. Operational areas or operational solutions mean ship routing, data exchange to make sure the vessels arrive on time, hull cleaning, slow steaming. These are the operational areas. The second block of activity is design solutions through hull forms, through power systems, but basically technical design solutions to reduce the energy consumption. Obviously, the more the energy efficiency is, less is the emission. And this is not enough, and also seen by the IMO-GHG strategy. The last component is the use of zero or near zero emission fuels. Basically, indirect use of renewables, either through methanol, e-methanol, or e-ammonia, as well as other forms, which is biofuels. Now, for these pathways to succeed, it needs a supporting ecosystem. What do we mean by that? First comes the policy actions. IMO-GHG strategy is a policy action. Fuel EU Maritime is a policy action. EU ETS is policy action. But the other components are synergistic collaboration, R&D and innovation, people-centric capacity building and seafarers training, and the investments, real investments in maritime decarbonization, as well as the necessary financing. As we highlighted before, the policy action is not the focus of this forum. It's the remaining items of this enabling environment that is the focus of Innovation Forum. And for this presentation, the focus is on three components: synergistic collaboration, the capacity building, and third one is finance and investments. Why? Because in 2022 forum, a detailed forum was held to look at the technology and R&D areas. Now, staying on this slide for a second, the first two blocks, the first two components, are primarily within the control of the shipping industries or maritime industries area of influence. They can work through their own agents or ship managers or working with the shipyards. They can take specific actions on energy efficiency. But the uptake of fuel is a different thing. It requires really a multi-stakeholder synergistic collaboration. Yes, the ship owners can take give demand signals saying that, well, I would like to build X number of ships and working together with shipyards. They can place new building orders for ships which are new fuel ready or new fuel capable. But whether or not those ships, and typically these ships will be dual fuel, not just single fuel, but whether they actually purchase those fuels. So there will be fuel purchase tenders, and that will again act as very specific demand signals. But that is not enough. There needs to be fuel supply, and there needs to be production of these e-fuels at sufficient volume, and there needs to be a good, vibrant ecosystem of traders, fuel traders, which is the case in today's market. And finally, the infrastructure at the port side, both for storage as well as for the bunker delivery tankers. All these three components need to work together for the uptake of the new fuels. That is not enough. We also need safety standards, we need fuel standards, and training in handling these new fuels. So this, in a nutshell, sort of highlights the intensity or extensive synergistic collaboration that is required to facilitate uptake of these new fuels. Moving forward, when we say new fuels, it relates to energy, the renewable energy in particular. Good news is last year we saw about 41% of total world's electricity came from low or zero carbon sources. This includes nuclear as well as renewable and basically nuclear and renewables. But most importantly, roughly about 90% of new capacity additions have been through renewables. So last year, 90% of new electricity capacity additions have been through renewables. Now, moving forward, when we look at the international collaborations, there's a long list in the main document you will find in the annex. I will not go through that list. What I intend to do is draw out the key messages or key conclusions of the different collaborations that is happening. And just to help us understand these different types of collaboration, I put it in 3 blocks, so to say, or 3 groups, 3 segments. First is the government-led initiatives. Second is knowledge centers or not-for-profit organizations. And third is the private sector-led initiatives. Under government-led initiatives, there are examples like Clean Energy Marine Hub, which is basically a sub-segment of Clean Energy Ministerial, which is a forum of governments who are focused on clean energy production and distribution, while Clean Energy Marine Hubs, their goal, their objective is to work synergistically amongst various stakeholders, connecting the fuel producers with the fuel buyers, working together with the storage providers and shipping companies. The example of the mission, I will not go into the zero emission shipping too much. I will just draw a conclusion about those pledges later. Knowledge centers, there are plenty of examples. IMO's own global industry, low carbon global industry alliance is one such example. Global Maritime Forum, Global Center for Maritime Decarbonization, their focus is pilots and trials in 4 key areas, basically uptake or use of ammonia, assurance, quality, quantity, and abatement assurance of biofuels, onboard carbon capture technology, and last, the energy efficiency solutions, as well as the basically IRENA and other knowledge centers, as well as Lloyd Center, and Maersk McKinley Moller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. Private sector, First Movers Coalition, it's a buyers alliance sending signals to the market that they are there to pay a little bit premium for use of zero emission shipping. And there is also a similar Getting to Zero coalition, which is under Global Maritime Forum. What are the conclusions? We see that it's collective effort and sharing of best practices. That's one type of conclusion we can draw. Second is R&D. R&D, which is evidence-based, fuel agnostic, and most importantly, sharing transparently amongst a wider platform. And finally, the pledges of actions or investments, but actions will require pilots first before it is scaled up. On the green shipping corridors, following the same structure, government-led initiatives, private sector-led initiatives, and knowledge centers. On government sector, we see declarations, innovation challenges, giving money of, let's say, the UK government is giving about 1.5 million funds to do pre-feasibility studies for green shipping corridors, looking at the infrastructure, and what are the rules and regulations changes required. For the knowledge centers, setting up frameworks, toolkits, and the private sector, very important thing has happened. I think it's an important thing to note is that first action, so to say, is Zero Emission Maritime Buyers Alliance. They held a tender, and for 2 years, of zero-emission shipping contract for container shipping for a specific route, Singapore to Rotterdam, for a certain volume of containers, which leads to about 90% reduction. And this is won by Hapag-Lloyd through the basis of a tender. And why only 2 years, 25, 26? Because they think by 27, there will be other e-fuels available in the market. So for this trial, 24, 25, 26 is based on biofuels, but 27 onwards, not sure yet. The possibility or expectation is there will be other kind of fuels might be available in the market. So this is a very specific action. So again, drawing conclusions is declarations and pledges, innovation challenges, frameworks and toolkits by the knowledge centers, and the buyer's action, investments, and deployment. Moving forward, green shipping corridors, I will not spend too much time here. Just quick point that there are certain corridors which are single fuel focus, either picking ammonia or methanol, while container shipping are looking at multi-fuel approach or fuel agnostic approach. Whichever fuel is available, they will take that. There is quite a bit of traction in the non-container sector as well. In Chile, Codelco is working with Japanese company NYK for transport or export of their copper using ammonia fuel ships. There is also a lot of traction in the iron ore corridor from Pilbara to China. The ammonia bunkering trial actually happened last month successfully, safely, and also in Europe, DFDS is working on an ammonia-based RoRo service. Now, just to where we are, I'm going to now look at the 3 examples, case studies of India, Morocco, and Chile, and draw some conclusions before I move on to the next section. What is India's climate goal? For both countries, all countries, we look at first the climate goal and what are the specific actions they are taking to reach those climate goals and other energy-related strategic goals, and then the specific maritime decarbonization actions. So that is the framework, that is the sort of methodology I'm using for studying these 3 countries. So what is the climate goal of India? Carbon intensity to reduce by 45% versus 2005 level, and climate target by 2070 is to reach net zero. The energy security, the situation today, roughly about 40% is import. The intention is, or target is by 2047, become energy independent. How to get there? 3 key action areas. First is renewables, second is hydrogen economy, and third one is biofuel. Renewables today is roughly about 44% of electricity is renewables, and by 2030 the goal is to reach 50%. The base is high, is about 200 gigawatt of renewable capacity. That's quite substantial for a single location, single country, and that to increase to about 500 gigawatt by 2030. Hydrogen, the idea is to use the asymmetry in the market. There could be opportunities for hydrogen-based trade, and India intends to take part in that hydrogen trade. The goal is, again, roughly about 5 million tons per annum to start with by 2030, and then moving up to 10 or higher as the export markets pick up. Biofuel, 2 specific targets for ethanol blending and for biodiesel blending. Today is about 2%, then increasing to about 20% 2030, and then similarly for 2026, and then for the biodiesel blending, today is almost negligible, 0.2%, going up to about 5% in 2030. So these are specific targets with regards to biofuel adoption. Now, in terms of the maritime decarbonization, there are 2 overarching documents that India has. One is the Maritime India Vision 2030, and second one is Maritime Amritkal. For those who don't understand that language, it's Maritime Golden Era, let's say, vision of 2047. What does it entail? Basically, 3 blocks of items: policy instruments, technology solutions, and infrastructure. When we translate that to specific segmental analysis for shipping, we are looking at green ports, green domestic shipping, and future fuels, supported by policy instruments. What are the elements in green ports? First is electrification of ports. The target is by 2030 to reach about 50%, going up to 90% in 2047. Basically, use of all equipment, cargo handling equipment, to use electricity. Second, use of renewables. Basically, maximize the use of all surface areas, rooftops of administrative buildings, rooftops of warehouses, marine infrastructure, dolphins, whatever infrastructure you have, maximize that for renewable usage. And then target is to move up to 60% in the near term, going up to about 90% in 2047. Similarly, the adoption of ship-to-shore power. You can see the details. I will not go into the phase-by-phase the timelines, and as well as biofuel for within the port usage. For green domestic shipping, the target is first to encourage the coastal hovercrafts to retrofit, to make them use greener fuels. And there is already a green tug transition program. 4 key main ports, Kandla, Navaseva, Paradip, and Cochin, Tuticorin, to adopt the green tugs, at least 2 tugs each for these ports. And then the ambition of the entire inland water transport, basically for ferries and other passenger transportation, to use completely green energy in the next 5 years. So these are very specific targets. And then for future fuels, to have LNG bunkering station, at least 1 by 2030, as well as other type of fuel, green ammonia, for example, at least 1 by 2030, and then doing more going forward. In terms of policy instruments, rebates and incentives for shipping lines to use greener technologies. Most importantly, production-linked incentives for India has an ambition to produce ammonia engines for shipping. So production-linked incentives for that. Also, they would like to encourage the domestic shipyards to produce electric ferries to the world. So therefore, also to encourage that, there are some specific financing-related incentives. In terms of observations with regards to the National Action Plan development process, what are the few observations or few things that we notice is that is a clear framework of where is the current landscape, where does the country stand today, and then where are the gaps, how to get there, and specific timeline. That's one approach. Second thing is looking at the benchmarking, looking at the entire industry, the best practices, whether it is for infrastructure, whether it is for institutional framework, whether it is for capacity building. Look at the best practices and then adopt, see which ones can be applied well in the country. And third one is incorporate the ideas of innovation and financing. Quite interestingly, the focus of this forum are actually seen to be reflected exactly in those words in the Maritime India vision of India. So these are some of the key issues. And then the national strategic direction of basically drive self-reliance and reduce vulnerability. Moving on, look at then Morocco, same framework. What is the climate goal? Climate goal GHG reduction by roughly about 45% by versus BAU, business as usual, and net zero by 2050. Energy security situation, dependence now about roughly 90% import, and then to reduce that to about 20% import by 2050. How to get there? 3 pillars: energy efficiency, renewables, and gas, increased usage of gas. Energy efficiency improved by 20%, reduced consumption by 15%. Second is gas, more usage of gas. And finally, renewables. Today, roughly about 38%, 4 gigawatt in 2020, to increase that share to about 52% in 2030, going up to about 10 gigawatt. Now, interestingly, country has also announced a green hydrogen roadmap. Morocco has a very high electrification already across the country. So they have ambition to go beyond what is needed for the electricity needs for the country. And these numbers of roughly 14 gigawatt is in addition to the electricity requirements. And that's what the country intends to do, to use renewables for delivering or developing a hydrogen economy. The route that the country is taking is power to X, power to something, and that something is e-fuels, potentially ammonia. Why ammonia? Because very little other industrial activities to capture carbon for production of methanol. So the country is focusing on ammonia. That's my understanding as of now. Things may change. And then to encourage the actual investments, it has come out with a very specific offer with incentives and schemes for investments. And there are some examples of people taking action already. The nation's state-owned company, OCP, in joint venture with Fortescue, is trying to develop a green ammonia plant. Roughly about 200,000 to start with per annum production, going up to 1 million and 3 million tons per annum in subsequent years. My understanding, the country is developing its national action plan. So no specific national action plan document exists today, but it has announced a green transition plan for Moroccan ports. So this is my understanding by studying what is available in the public domain and looking at the various statements made. This is my understanding of what could be potentially part of Morocco's national action plan. The 3 pillars: ports and terminals. This is already part of the country's stated document. Second one is bunkering hub for green ammonia. And third one, potentially green shipping corridors. Ports, 3 pillars. To act as facilitators for energy transition. Number 2 is accelerator for maritime decarbonization. And number 3, as hubs for industrial activities. Now, what does it mean by accelerator for maritime transport decarbonization? It basically wants to provide the bunker fuel for new fuel, both for domestic use as well as for the international use. And then supply shore power to potentially the cruise segment and also to container segment. And then improving the logistics efficiency. For example, the flow of trucks, arrival of ships on time, basically to reduce the consumption of the port users. And then actual example, Casablanca is already looking at supplying shore power to ships. And they are already looking at LED and other energy-saving technologies for the various port infrastructure. Bunkering hub, as I already described about why ammonia. Now, it has a clear ambition of developing bunkering hub for new fuels, specifically ammonia, and 5 locations have been shortlisted, and pre-feasibility study is done. Tangier Medport, Mohammedia Port, Jorf Lasfar Port, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing it correctly, Nador Westmed Port, and Dakhla Port. So 5 specific locations, and this is a drawing taken from one of the reports that Royal Haskoning made, a report which was shared by Morocco with me. I'm very thankful to them for that. And this is just to showcase that there are specific actions being taken. This shows a port-centric ecosystem development. A port already exists in the hinterland of port or the adjoining area of the port. They're looking at specific locations where ammonia can be produced, green ammonia can be produced, and then looking at the maritime bunkering infrastructure that needs to be built to provide the bunkering fuel for the fuel users. So this is being studied, but this is a specific example of developing a port-centric ecosystem. Green Shipping Corridor, Morocco is one of the earliest signatories of Clydebank Declaration. So it is quite likely that the Green Shipping Corridor will be part of its national action plan. And the WestMed Blue Economy Initiative can be further leveraged to develop Green Shipping Corridor initiatives. Moving on to Chile. Chile, what is the specific climate target? GHG emission reduction 45% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. Energy security situation, today fossil fuel import 63% of energy. The target or ambition is to reduce fossil fuel import 35% of energy by 2050. How to get there? 4 key areas: carbon tax, renewables, electrification, increased electrification, renewables, and green hydrogen. Carbon tax, the country is one of the first countries in Latin America region to have a carbon tax. Today is roughly $5 per CO2. There are plans of increasing it, but no timeline set. Some numbers being floated about $40 increasing, but no timeline has been set yet. Today is still $5. Electrification, interestingly, when we look at Morocco, compared against Morocco, Morocco has a very high electrification rate already. In Chile's case, electrification is about 22% today, and they want to increase that to about 42% by 2050. Renewables, part of electricity demand, is roughly about 50%, 55% now, and the target is to increase it to 98% by 2050. Again, looking at very competitive renewable situation, a lot of solar in the north and a lot of good quality wind in the south, it puts the country in an excellent position to take advantage of very low renewable energy cost. And then with the advent or with the further progress of electrolyzers efficiency and costs, it expects to have a greater presence in the green hydrogen economy, and then use that to propel new areas of growth. Looking at the maritime decarbonization, basically my take is the first pillar is to harness hydrogen strategy for maritime purpose. The study being done, this is resourced from a McKinsey report, and this features in Chile's green hydrogen strategy. So I have taken it from there. It talks about 3 waves of hydrogen use possibility. The first one is use in the domestic sector, primarily in the hard-to-abate the mining sector. What they mean by that, for example, the detonators which are used, ammonia, which is primarily imported, they want to see whether they can use green ammonia and reduce the import of today's gray ammonia. So that's one way of looking at it. Basically, decarbonize the domestic sectors first, and then to use potentially hydrogen in longer road transport. Building on that, using that as the base, looking at potentially exports, including the greening of their export of the mining products. For example, copper, which is being mined today and exported, they have signed MOUs with NYK to transport by ships, ammonia fuel ships. So basically, entire value chain of their mining, they're trying to green both in the domestic production side, mining side, as well as the export shipment side. And finally, the domestic shipping, the coastal shipping, and international shipping, they want to see whether they can use the newer fuels. And then finally, export of ammonia to other countries. This is a specific example of a project, HIEX, Today, the company imports about 300,000 ton, roughly, of ammonia. It has ambition of developing a fully green ammonia of 700,000 ton, of which it will consume about 350,000 ton, and the remaining excess production it will export. That's the ambition. And to get there, starting with a pilot project first, with roughly about 18,000 ton. So these are specific plans and actions which are being taken. On the green shipping corridor, the country has engaged in a synergistic way, working very closely with Maersk Mckinley Center, and they are looking at, in a phased manner, development of green shipping corridors, both for domestic coastal shipping as well as for international. I will not go into the details, but just to draw the quick conclusions that looking at both domestic shipping as well as international sectors. So let me summarize these 3 case studies and look at some of the conclusions. The importance of NAP is very important, that actions are focused and it's not scattered and doesn't produce counterproductive outcomes. There is an intense intergovernmental collaboration within the various government agencies. Of course, it requires extensive interaction with the industry, but a very intense collaborative environment within different government agencies. This is key because you need collaboration between maritime authorities, between energy authorities, and other climate action authorities, and this is very key. Third one is, we can say roughly the typical components of the National Action Plan for Decarbonization would be, one pillar would be decarbonization of the country's ports and terminals. This is within the control of the country, very easy. Not easy, but directly without being dependent on others. It can take actions independently. Secondly, decarbonization of domestic shipping, which means hovercrafts, coastal shipping, and inland water transport. Third one is new fuels availability and bunkering infrastructure. The countries which do not have the ability of harnessing renewable energy or to produce e-fuels, their focus will be availability, which means developing sufficient bunkering infrastructure, creating a vibrant green fuel economy or green fuel hub so that the fuel is available, so the shipping industry's needs are met. So availability and bunkering infrastructure, provided that the country is blessed with or endowed with sufficient renewables and the production capabilities. And finally, the mandates and incentives to spur the actions. The other components which are additional is the training, international collaboration, and green shipping corridors. Very strong interplay with energy transition. We saw that, for example, in the case of India, the use of electrification, the use of biofuels, the use of renewables in the ports infrastructure. Very specific, quantified targets with specific timeline, following from the country's energy transition program. And then to propel new growth areas. Don't look at this as an activity which increases the cost, but to propel new growth areas. Chile is trying to decarbonize their the mining industry and even their value chain, as I said earlier. Morocco is not just looking at their own domestic use, but produce e-fuels for supporting potentially the demand coming from Europe because of close proximity, as well as the fact that the fuels are meeting all the requirements of EU, because this is in addition to the electricity requirements, so the additionality requirements, as well as the life cycle basis reduction, GHG reduction capability. So they are looking at that, and India is also trying to spur the domestic shipbuilding industry for it to act as the producer of electric ferries for the whole world. So don't look at it as a cost, but how to spur new growth areas using decarbonization as an opportunity. And then technology, use of technology. We talked about the fact that it was discussed extensively in 2022 forum, but use of technology, for example, India intends to use its production base as a manufacturing hub for ammonia-based engine for shipping. It wants to improve the electrolyzers capability and produce electrolyzers for hydrogen economy. So again, the use of technology, but use of technology will require very extensive collaboration, international collaboration, and as well as finance. Very last point, the use of expressions of interest and requests for proposals. Many countries are doing that routinely to test the market response to specific either already announcements, policy announcements, or policy announcements which are going to come, just to test it out, see how the market is going to respond, and then formulate your policy. This is a very good practice, and developing countries, LDCs, SIDS, potentially could look at that as one best practice, and if they need help, probably in the beginning could engage independent parties to administer the process, but it's a good best practice to emulate. Moving forward, so we have looked at the country, and then I'll quickly, being conscious about the time, I'll quickly look at the capacity building and training investments, and then leave you with some questions. The people-centric capacity building, IMO already has an umbrella program under technical cooperation, and there's a fund, specific fund, and there are a lot of projects within that. Green Voyage 2050, I will not go into the details, it has been already discussed earlier. And then IMO Cares, this is a program for focusing on domestic shipping. Domestic shipping emission is about roughly 30%. International shipping 70%, domestic shipping 30%. So it is an important component, and so it is focusing on that, and through a global challenge. Recently, 3 specific examples have been chosen. The feasibility studies will be done. This is wind turbines in St. Kitts and Nevis, waste to energy for shore-to-ship power supply system in Mauritius, and port call data sharing and optimization in Namibia and Trinidad and Tobago. So there's a specific examples which is being done, and hopefully the feasibility studies will lead to actual actions and deployment of assets. The GMN project, again, is funded euro 10 million, and it will focus on 6 technology demonstration pilot projects in Africa, in Caribbean, and in Pacific area, the specific countries to be decided later. And the last item to highlight is the GHG Smart program. This is funded by South Korea, is basically for capacity building and training for people from developing countries, and a scholarship at WMU. If I'm not mistaken, I've looked at some social media posts. There are already some scholarships awarded recently. Yeah, I'm smiling because Harry said he must smile. All right, so looking at the capacity building seafarers training part, need for training. More than 2 million seafarers, and according to the study done by IMO's own Just Transition project, roughly about 800,000 seafarers need to be trained to handle these new technologies, new fuels. And there are 3 initiatives that I would like to highlight. Maritime Just Transition Task Force is formed by IMO in collaboration with ICS, ITF, ILO, UN Global Compact. Lloyd Register is assisting, WM is assisting. The idea is to come with a framework and also a trainer's manual. The target is to roll it out, basically to test it in Asia first through the collaboration between WMU and MTCC Asia, and then eventually to roll out globally. The second initiative is Maritime Energy Training Facility. This is an initiative taken by MPA, Maritime Port Authority of Singapore. The idea is to leverage the existing institutions, existing facilities which are already in the country, but then build on it. 2 key things. First is dual fuel engine training, simulators, actual simulators. And the second thing would be the safety-related training for all these applications. Roughly about 10,000 seafarers and shore personnel are expected to be trained from now until about 2030s. The ammonia bunkering course, this is already happening. This is already there in the market in Singapore. The Singapore Maritime Academy is offering that from 2023. So spread the news around, those who need. Finally, on the investment side and innovative financing issues, IMO GHG strategy specifically talks about creating opportunities for developing countries in particular to take part in this decarbonization journey, basically economic opportunities. And the countries which are blessed with renewables and other key resources, for example, lithium, they are in a position to take part in the value chain in one form or another. However, huge investments are required, and UNCTAD has cited some numbers. It is easily between 8 billion to 28 billion. This is for the shipping only. And when the fuel upstream, the fuel production is considered, we're looking at 28 billion to 90 billion investments annually. So this is significant. The multilateral development bank's role is very important, but currently shipping contributes only about 20% of the funding. And there are already a few examples of MDBs taking part. There is an example of Latin America where they looked at e-ferry applications within Latin America, compared against the current cost of the ferries, and looking at where the 5 potential new routes could be. A very important concept is ecosystem-based development approach, so that there is an aggregation of demand, not just from shipping, not from maritime only, but also the other adjacent sector. It could be land transport, it could be other industrial application. For example, ammonia could be for fertilizer and for shipping. In the case of Chile, they're looking at for mining application. So demand aggregation and ecosystem development approach, which will reduce, which will improve the bankability and therefore make it more attractive. And the last item is the continued efforts required on these matters, particularly amongst the different authorities and agencies within the government, and making them aware of availability and of options of multilateral development bank financing options, and help them in creating their feasibility studies which are acceptable to the MDBs. I'll leave you with some questions as to stimulate the discussions. I will not read out all, but on innovation and technology cooperation model, one key question to ask, what really is at the core of the respective approaches, is for us to think about. On national approaches, how to operationalize the greater links with energy transition. As we saw in all the 3 examples, there is a significant interplay, and that's probably a question that we can think about, how to do that more extensively in the respective countries. The global support, in which ways your work could be a model for developing countries. And then maritime decarbonization and just transition. What are the specific challenges the seafarers face in handling the new fuels? And finally, in terms of investments, in your own investment decisions, are you taking maritime decarbonization as an important parameter or criteria? That's all. I'll leave you with these questions as some food for thought to stimulate further discussions. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Das. And I hope that you found some interesting data and information that you didn't know until now. I know that it was a very complex study, so thank you for undertaking it and presenting it in a relatively short time frame. Also very grateful for the countries who allowed us to showcase their best practices and also provided comments. So thank you very much to India, Chile, and Morocco. And personally, if I may say, it was a great pleasure to see how much progress has been done between the first Innovation Forum and now. If you allow me, also just a few typos I think you made thus, because I know you wanted to go through things very quickly. So the Just Transition is not our own project, but of course we are part of it. The GHG Smart project is specifically focusing on LDCs and seeds, not just developing countries. And investment in maritime from MDBs, unfortunately, it's not 20%, but under 2%. So I hope you can take note of these. Of course, the presentation, like all presentations, will be online by the end of the forum. So while we enjoy being in the middle of the photo shoots, you don't need to take pictures of the presentation. They will be all online. And some of you messaged me that you have problems downloading the report. So we are going to fix it in the coffee break. We took the report now off, and we are going to look at the technical issue, and it will be back online, hopefully in a downloadable manner by the end of the coffee break. And now this is time for coffee. So please enjoy the coffee on the first floor. And I promise you that from the next session on, it will be more interactive and less PPTs. And you will also be able to have questions also on the report at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, you will have a chance to have questions for the whole day. Thank you so much also for the high-level presence and for staying with us, Ambassador, all the time. And we will see the others still during the day. Thank you very much. And please be back by 11:30. Please take your seats, colleagues. We are going to start in 1 minute. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. And from this point in time, as you can see in the agenda, we are going to have throughout the day panel discussions. After every panel, we will have a bit of an interactive session where we will have a Slido. And at the end of the day, you will have opportunity to have questions also beyond the Slido to all the panel members. So the panel members will ideally stay, of course, until the end of the day. And we are going to have a reception at the end of the day. So I hope that you can all stay with us throughout. And with this, it is my pleasure to hand over to the moderator of the Innovation Forum, Mr. Craig Eason, maritime journalist who's been the moderator of the past forums too. And he will guide us through the rest of the Innovation Forum as the moderator. Thank you. Craig, over to you.
Thank you very much, Georgie, and welcome from me to everybody in the room and everybody online. I can see how many people are in the room. I can only guess how many people are online. But as Georgie mentioned, we're going to be using Slido today, and that's going to enable everybody who is online to actually feel that they can participate. As she said, will enable them to be able to, or you who's watching online, to be able to add questions. Or actually, another thing, we're going to ask you questions as well. So you can feel like you really are part of this forum, because we're going to be actually asking you for your input and thoughts as well towards the end of the day, because I think it's quite important as we come to the fourth forum that we're able to really sort of gauge what the movement has been within the industry. As Georgie said, this is the fourth time that I've had the pleasure of moderating the forum. It's 4 years in a row that we've held the forum, and it's let's just say that I can see the needle moving, not just in terms of the strategy that everybody knows about, but the work in the background. I've always been a great believer in kind of talking about what the Secretariat does at the IMO, as well as what the member states do at the IMO, particularly what they do in this room and what decisions they make in this room. But it is the IMO Secretariat that has to sort of interpret, enable, and make sure that these movements are actually envisaged and build up the capacity to actually achieve that. So what we're going to do during the course of today, as Georgie said, we've got a couple of panels today and then some tomorrow, focusing on those key elements that we heard a little earlier from Mr. Das, who was talking about some of the achievements so far. So this first panel session that we're going to have, we're going to look at the innovation and technology cooperation, particularly the models that we see, enabling some of these developments from a regional and a national level. And what we'll try and do is to enable best practices to come out so we can hear a little bit about some of the things that are enabling. So this is a forum where we engage talking, not PowerPoints. So what you saw from Mr. Das was the only major PowerPoint you're going to see during the course of these 2 days. The rest of it is very short interventions from the panelists at the start, just to help us set the scene. Once they've done their short interventions, then we'll have a general discussion here at the table to help us sort of draw towards conclusions. So with that, I'd like to offer the microphone to Martina Otto from UNEP. Again, I know we heard from her a little earlier, but this time she can add a little bit of colour, maybe. to what you had to say.
Yeah.
And remember, everybody, as Harry did say, smile throughout the day. Okay?
Yeah, I'm already smiling, so thank you very much for a second opportunity, and that allows me to dive maybe a little deeper into the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, which is convened by UNEP. And the pitch is that the CCAC is an innovative collaboration model in itself that can help the shipping sector and developing countries in particular to make good on climate goals while maximizing also socio-economic development outcomes. Now, who we are, over 180 partners, over 90 governments, and over 90 non-state actors, and that includes different intergovernmental organizations, as well as the NGO community, as well as some private sector associations. So it's a pretty broad, it's multi-stakeholder. And and we're focusing on those super pollutants that I mentioned earlier today. And why are we innovative? We connect agendas. And you heard that this morning already. So it's a global and a local agenda with climate and clean air. And that really allows us to speak to political priorities. And I really want to home in on that point to mobilize partners in coalition building. It is to be able to speak to what is a priority. And if you want to connect the greening of shipping and the energy transition, well, it's different communities that have to come together. And how do we speak to each other that it resonates? And I think that's a sort of a lesson that comes out of that. The second, why we are innovative, is that we have sort of a triple helix that we think is our particular strength. And as we build on science, but our science report are really special animals. They come out very action-focused. They look at multiple benefits, how we can get them. So how can we optimize for more benefits? And they come out with findings for sectoral measures that do good on several of the aspects. And that makes it extremely actionable. And that's a real power to have those. From there, we take it to political advocacy. And then we have a trust fund that allows us to put in money directly for capacity support, policy development, some innovation on the technology side as well. And it's all country driven. So countries come to us with their requests. We have different windows where we give signals of what we are looking after so that there's a bit of a directionality in it, but the rest is really country driven. And that allows us as well, having this partnership, is to provide for matchmaking. And that matchmaking is both external, so international, between different countries. And it's no surprise that we saw, if you look at Article 6 corporations, you know, I keep saying, well, Ghana and Switzerland were the first ones to announce an Article 6 corporation. Well, they happened to be our co-chairs for 4 years. So they knew each other really well. They had a lot of interactions, and it's about building trust. It's about building understanding, and it's a way to actually do that. But it's also internally, because we do have cooperation from different ministries from the same country, and I think that's absolutely important. And that takes me right back to the point that we had earlier. So yes, it's transport, but it's also energy, it is environment. And this morning we had a discussion with the colleagues from Norway, and we heard from Swano, well, I sit across the corridor. For us, it's easy or easier, I should say, because we see each other. We sit across the corridor. If you sit in a different ministry, obviously it's harder. And how do you, and this provides, a coalition like this provides the venue for it. And what we have done in the past, and I want to give that as an example, we had a report on hydrofluorocarbons that came out. We had political advocacy on this. And we helped with this voluntary engagement and building up and having a space for discussion that, yes, we gave rise to this, to the Kigali Amendment, that then became an amendment to a protocol, and that works. So it can start with this coalition building of the willing, of those who want to do something together, and then branch out and become something that's negotiated. And I'm saying that in this House because obviously you look at the rule setting. you look at, and it is all negotiated in the end. But maybe we can offer that sort of space as well, and that's part of this collaboration that could happen, where we drive something forward. And it's much more informal, and then the time is ripe, and it gets to the more formal process. So that could be something. And to close, and I know that's maybe too long already, we have done in the sector quite some foundational work as well, and through the ICCT, for example, on black carbon, including scientific workshops on black carbon emissions from the maritime sector, looking at policy frameworks, and that has helped as well what happened in the IMO later. So we have already a starting point of this, identifying the appropriate methods for black carbon reduction from shipping. We have a Green Ports Initiative, and that fits very well with what was discussed. And we have done work with baseline emission inventories for major ports in Indonesia, Ghana, Bangladesh, Kenya, Chile. And while that doing inventories is not particularly innovative, it's really a basis for helping to take the decisions on technology changes as well. We have a free global online port emissions inventory tool that helps calculating emissions from port equipment and so on. So to close, I think we can help and support countries taking a more holistic approach to decarbonization, and you heard me about these superpollutants, but also to maximize health and economic benefits. We can help filling critical gaps in capacity, data, information. We talked a bit about life cycle analysis earlier, and I know in the House there's a really cool effort going on. So, and we could help have some discussions. How wide can you cast the net of what is looked at? That it's not only upstream and downstream. And don't get me wrong, it's not only in the sense that it's not good. It's amazing that this is being done, but that it's not only purely the emissions, but it's also looking at what does it mean for health, for example. So how wide do you cast it? We could actually probably help with that. And maybe I just stop here with the last final offer, that we have this ongoing expression of interest process for countries to come with their requests. And it's not huge amounts of money, but I keep calling it's the oil in the machinery, or it's the glue between different things that sometimes is so hard to get attention for. If you go to the World Bank, they don't play in the same league. It's money that can help provide the things to cooperate between different ministries, to do a study, it's those kinds of things that can be pretty easily done as well, up to bigger projects as well, don't get me wrong, but that's sort of a real strength. And I want to encourage you to look at it, because we have a window that includes shipping, it includes green freight, the port work, it includes heavy fuel oils in the cryosphere regions as a key area, and we will have a cryosphere summit next year that we're planning. I don't say more about where and so on, but just to say there's an open window if you had some interest to have a dedicated session that we could co-create as well. And I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martina. And I know you've got to leave us fairly quickly, but so I wanted to take the opportunity to ask you a couple of questions first then, before, and it gives everybody a flavour for asking the questions that I'm going to do later on. Would you just define what you've just described then as a good way of starting a process for greater collaboration? It sounded there when you said you don't have a lot of funds, but you've got a lot of experience. It sounded to me like it's the sort of oil that you need to get a juggernaut moving when you're trying to create change through collaboration and the experience building and sharing everything, that you're able to sort of at least start that process so that a successful collaboration then can go to the World Bank or other entities and look for larger funds.
Yes, absolutely. And we do have something that we call the finance agenda, where we do work with the multilateral development banks, the World Bank as well, and to see how we can get things ready for them to pick them up. So we talk about a handshake process, but it means we help defining something, we help advancing, whether it be through a national assessment process, there's different elements to that, but to see how we can actually hand it over to then getting access to a bigger pot of money as well. So yes.
Good. Thank you very much. Let me hand over now to Magnus Eid from the Green Shipping Programme, please, for your introduction.
Thank you, Craig. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I lead the Green Shipping Programme, which is a public-private partnership program in Norway. And of course, we have now 10 years experience running this program and has gathered quite a lot of experience. And I think my role here today is to maybe inspire and to share. We're certainly very open to that and to see how our model can perhaps be of inspiration for work in other countries. Of course, it's not something to duplicate, but it's something to pick elements from, maybe, which can work elsewhere. So, as I said, we're a public-private partnership program, meaning that we have alignment between sort of the objectives of the government side and the industry side. And that boils down to 2 points. One is we want to cut emissions, and the other is we want to develop the industry and to grab those business opportunities that this transition presents. And also jointly funded by the government and by the industry with the membership's fee. DNV is the manager of the program. As I said, we've been running this winter for 10 years, developed over time, reached now more than 120 partners from across the industry. So, of course, ship owners are at the center of this transition, but without the involvement of all other stakeholders in this value chain, the transition will be very, very hard. So we take pride in that we have gathered all actors in the value chain, which are then able to shed light on different aspects of the transition in the work that we do. Using the knowledge and the skill sets of those 120 partners is key to what we do. It's all about collaboration, but collaboration is hard. And in our experience, the best way to collaborate effectively is to have something concrete, tangible to focus on. That helps really the discussion and focuses the attention. So what we do is that we initiate pilot studies, which are feasibility studies. They are collaborative in nature, and the threshold for engaging in those are very low. So it's all about getting started. And they are executed in a collaborative manner, so that it's about selecting partners from among those 120 to engage anywhere from 5 to 25 of the partners in any pilot study, and then work together, using the knowledge that they have to shed light on their respective perspectives on the issue. We have initiated 57 pilots to date, quite a high volume. 19 of those pilot studies have been realized, meaning that they are now in effect in the real world or being implemented, which is a respectable hit rate, I would say. In addition to that, we have side funding from the government to execute green fleet renewal projects for the industry, meaning that we can provide services on commercial terms which are free of charge to ship owners and or cargo owners. And I'd like to emphasize the role of cargo owners in this respect, because now in the early phases of this transition, before carbon pricing, before regulations really take hold of this transition, it is the cargo owners which need to place demands and pay for, in some respects, the transition. And without their engagement, it is really, really hard for ship owners to do anything. So we place a lot of emphasis on that, and they are very important. So, in essence, the pilots on these studies are a bit different in nature. The projects are closed and commercial. The pilots are pre-commercial and open and collaborative. But in the same manner, they do provide us with a lot of experience, and they are able to move these projects forward, meaning that we learn from the specifics of these projects, which are then able to generalize. So that's sort of the model. We want to engage the partners throughout the value chain. We want to focus and work on specific issues in real-world cases, and then generalize from the lessons learned. So that in a nutshell is our approach. I think we have experienced over the last 10 years that it is effective. We are seeing the practical results in the form of these pilots being realized, but also more broadly, that we see a development in the Norwegian maritime sector where the discussions have evolved over time and the maturity of the projects have evolved over time, and that we are now at a much better place. Even though we are still early in this transition, we are far advanced from where we were 10 years ago. So it works, and we're happy to share. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to touch on that a little bit in terms of the sharing aspect of as well, because I think one of the things that we need to discuss in the forum is how lessons are learned within the industry and shared across, because quite often we're talking about public-private partnerships like you've got, but when companies are private companies, quite often if there's a commercial advantage that can be gained from a project, then they've got a vested interest in not sharing it because they see the key benefits that they're going to get. So I think it's quite important to establish how we can disseminate and learn from projects in a way that is successful. So without any further ado, Sang Hongbin, welcome. Could I hand over to you now for input here from the People's Republic of China?
Thank you, Craig. Thanks to everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here. It's my first innovation forum, but it's really a very nice experience. This morning, before my departure, my daughter asked me, why will you be there? And what will you do there? What will you talk about? So I think 3 things. First, I want to share with you China's experience, our practice, and also our models, because as a developing country, I think what China does might be helpful for the others, especially developing countries, to enlighten them, to work out the best solutions for specific countries with their specific conditions. So I do agree with what Magnus just said, that it's not duplication. So we work together to co-create, as Marina just also said. So here, the second thing is to learn from others. And the third thing here is to work together to, with you, to co-create with you. So the 2 things I would like to share with you. The first is about a institution. It's a knowledge center as well. Like Marina just said, that this center itself is a model for innovation. It's called the Global Sustainable Transport Innovation and Knowledge Center. It was announced to be established by our President Xi Jinping in 2022 when China hosted the 2nd UN Sustainable Transport Conference. And then the next year, exactly 1 year later, in 2022, this center was initiated. It is start to work, and in the past 2 years, it has done a lot. This is a young institute. It's just 2 years old, but we think it is a platform for promoting innovation via international collaboration and cooperation. So in the past 2 years, this institute, we call it GSTIC, it organized Global Sustainable Transport Forum in 2023 and 2024. It organized China Transport to showcase the best practices and also high tech and equipment in China, and also it initiated the Global Sustainable Transport Innovation Alliance. It is a group of industry leaders to work together for innovation. And also, this GSTIC also working with the industry and also other countries, international organizations for establishing partnerships. So in their plan, they are also is planning to set up a global sustainable transport fund to financing the future projects and activities. And also they are working on the energy transition partnership and also some other projects that will be continued. And very importantly, tailor-made capacity building programs for developing countries with tailored with their specific demands. So there are three. In my second part of sharing, I would like to introduce three projects very briefly done by GSTIC at the moment. For the first one is the Global Sustainable Transport Best Practice. At the moment, it's at a pilot stage that China has reached out for a couple of countries to solicit best practice cases in the transport sector in general on policies, initiatives, projects, technologies, or working mechanism, all these kind of things. So the next step will be to work with UNDESA, the UN Department for Economic and Social Affairs, in most probably next year after this pilot, to do it in a global way, and then to have publications for best practice in transport sector. So with this, we want to showcase the achievement in sustainable transport development and also to promote global transport transformation. And we hope that the next step, we would like to invite the IMO Secretariat, as well as the members of IMO and the observers of IMO to join us, to work with us together on this best practice in the maritime sector. So the next project or initiative is the Global Just-in-Time Network. At the moment in China, in the Ningbo Zhoushan port, one of the largest port in China and also one of the busiest. Since 2019, the end of 2019, just before the pandemic, this port initiated this just-in-time project, working together not only with ship carriers, but also with other ports in China. So up to now, by the end, the statistics is by the end of December 2023, so about in 4 years' time, more than 8,000 ships adopted economic speed via this just-in-time project. And very importantly, more than 1 million tons of CO2 equivalent emissions were reduced. So based on this project, GSTIC is now promoting to establish a global just-in-time network. So we do welcome that ports and also ship carriers, shipping companies, and all the stakeholders to join us in this just-in-time to make it a global system. Let's do it in a systematic way around the globe. And the third project is the electrification of inland ships. Based on this project, which is initiated in the province of China, Jiangsu province, At the moment, on the basis of that, GSTIC is now initiating the electrification of inland ships alliance. With this project, it designated a pilot route for electric inland container ships, about 120 TEUs, to ship on a route about 200 kilometers. So this number of ships will be expanded because already 5 more electric container ships are on the order book for inland shipping, of course, and also other pilot routes are under planning as well. So we are now having more than 120 members for this electrification of inland ships alliance, including not only the ship carriers, but also battery supporting equipment suppliers, raw material suppliers, ship design institutions, shipbuilders, and also all the kinds of stakeholders in this regard. So we hope that companies or institutions with technologies, with equipments, with all these best practices, you are more than welcome to join us in this alliance. So in the end, I would like to highlight that what I want to send, the key message here is that we want to work together with you to co-create for a sustainable future of the maritime sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zongbin. We'll come back again and touch on some of those points as well. And it's just as well you were talking a lot about ports, because I'm now going to hand over to Hanan, who's also going to talk about ports and the role that we have for ports as key hubs. So, Hanan Kafori, please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a true honor to be here today. I would like to take advantage to speak about, in this wonderful event, to speak about innovation in maritime industry decarbonization journey, focused on developing countries. Basically, the International Maritime Organization set ambitious goals, target towards zero emission by 2050 or near 2050, with indicative choke points in order to accelerate the reduction of GHG emission. Regulations drive innovation. Innovation and technological advancement or development will be the key driver to accelerate or to achieve IMO goal. But the main player here will be the ports. Then ports will be the backbone of the green transition, especially on developing countries, because developing countries rely on their port 1.5 to twice more than global average, with 59% of global export and more than 64% of global import passing by or through developing countries' ports. Then ports and ports infrastructure and maritime transport remain at the heart of social and economic development of developing countries. As well as United Nations Development Programme 2023 report focused and indicates that to decarbonize the world's fleet, we need up to $28 billion annually by 2050. And to realize that, we have to invest on land infrastructure, and it will be needed more up to 90% of $90 billion annually. Then those more than $100 billion annually by 2050 needed to decarbonize the maritime industry. However, ports are the key driver and the backbone of the green transition, working and acting as the energetic hub for storage, supply, and distribution the clean energy. According to that, ports must be under technological development, but based on a solid approach management, based on integrated approach of capacity building of United Nations development programs, which consisted of national legislative development aligned with international specialized organization. The second factor will be updating administrative system with focus on the engagement of local community. The third factor will be providing human resources with international training, and they will be able to understand the second factor, which legislative factor and the administrative factor. Furthermore, to build an effective approach to foster technological development and innovation in developing countries in general, and to focus technological development in port sector, especially, we need to set a national action plan. A national action plan which will outline the country strategy, and every country has its circumstances. Then these plans could include enhancing institutional and legislative framework. Second factor could be promoting energy efficiency and embracing cutting-edge technology, even adopting low carbon fuel or net zero carbon fuel. The most important factor also will be enhancing or strengthen the port infrastructure and cutting GHG emission in ports. But the development of national action plan require a strategy or monitoring and evaluation strategy, and a strong connection and collaboration between all stakeholders. Last but not least, I would highlight and focus on the importance of international collaboration. Then we have a lot of projects that focus on international collaboration. For example, the port of Livorno in Italy will be a key player and key point to be the gateway and the link between developing countries and developed countries in order to build importing terminal for green hydrogen, then to link the producer nation from developing countries as Egypt and MENA region, and to export this green hydrogen to the Europe. With also this port is investing heavily in their infrastructure, either digital infrastructure, either physical infrastructure, because only the combination between digital infrastructure and physical infrastructure could lead us to the optimal developing or sustainable development in maritime industry. Thank you. Many thanks for attention.
Thank you very much. And I think, again, we'll touch on some of that as well, because one of the things you mentioned there, Hanan, was this link with the ports and the energy.
Yeah.
And it's going to be important in the discussions to bring. We heard earlier that we need to talk about the energy transition and put that alongside the maritime transition. And a lot of that discussion will involve the ports and the terminals and how that's going to happen, because countries that are going to be importing and exporting need the ports, and the ships need the ports. So there's going to be a growing link between the two. Changing topics slightly, I'm going to hand over to Maria Molina from the European Commission. She's part of the waterborne transport, I don't know, I guess it's directorate thing.
Waterborne transport team within DG Research and Innovation.
Yeah, I knew what the DG was. It was just I didn't know whether to call it a project or.
We're a team.
You're a team. You're a team. But this is going to be an important discussion because one of the things that we're going to hear about, and I want to elaborate here, is within the European Commission there's a lot of different project financing and opportunities, and I think we touched on this last year. There's a misunderstanding, I think, within the developing countries about the ability to access some of the funds within Europe. But anyway, Marie.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we have different initiatives, and today I will be focusing on Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe is the largest R&I program of the European Union. It covers TRLs from 3 to 8, and it covers all kinds of areas relevant to the European Union. It covers, of course, waterborne transport, because we work on this together, but today I will call it maritime transport because we are at the IMO. So I could go a bit through the structure of Horizon Europe, but it's a bit too complex to go into it in this presentation. In the next slide, you will find all of the relevant links, and hopefully it will help you navigate our program. So basically, the most important initiatives that we have in the Horizon Europe programs are focused or are gathered in Cluster 5 on climate, energy, and mobility. These initiatives follow the very ambitious strategy of the European Union on the Green Deal, and in particular, the ambitious goals set by the FuelEU Maritime Regulation, but as well, we are aligned with the strategy of the IMO. We are aiming to make this transition a reality, and the goal that we have set by 2030 is to demonstrate the solutions that will enable the transition by 2050. So you see there some of the different initiatives and partnerships that we have under this program, and I will quickly go through them. It's the Zero Emission Waterborne Transport Partnership, which covers the integration of technologies on board, the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, that's covering the different technologies or blocks that for various applications of hydrogen, although more and more focusing on the hard-to-abate sectors like maritime and aviation. Then Batteries European Partnership, and the EU missions, Restore Our Oceans and Waters, and the Climate Neutral Marine Cities mission, which is relevant because, as said before, cities are heavily polluted by shipping, and we're not only looking into greenhouse gas emissions, but also pollutant emissions, both to air and water. So the European Commission is aware that we need to be all on board on this, and also the developing countries are part of our important part of the solution, since one of the principles of the Green Deal is that no one is left behind. So how do we collaborate with third countries? So in Horizon Europe, we are quite open in terms of anyone can access our program. Not anyone can access our funding, only member states and associated countries, but also developing countries, or we call them low to middle income countries. There is a list. In the link you will find the list, and most of the developing countries, or all of the developing countries, are included. Apart from this, we have engaged in different international partnerships with tailor-made geographic strategies to reflect the different contexts and local needs. In particular, there's a high-level dialogue on science and innovation with Africa that it's producing a lot of different initiatives. So with this, we have these two ways of collaborating in R&I projects through Horizon Europe, either through the normal calls in which developing countries can receive funding, and then through the specific calls launched in the context of these initiatives, regional initiatives. Apart from this, there are some times when it will be difficult for developing countries to engage in these initiatives. And we also want to say that, as also was said before, we need to focus on what is needed, and sometimes it's not needed so much to participate in the project as such, but to make a good use of the results. So we are also encouraging you to engage in the different initiatives that we have under Horizon Europe in dissemination and communication. In particular, I mentioned there that the information and dissemination activities of the projects. So many of our projects will have many events to showcase their innovations. At the end of the project, every project needs to showcase what they have achieved, and they have virtual workshops that are accessible by everyone. Through these kind of workshops, you can also engage with those involved in projects and maybe engage in conversations leading to new projects in the future, or engaging to understand where these applications can be exploited in developing countries. Apart from this, I would like to remind that Horizon Europe deliverables, many of them are open. So in the next slide, you will see that there's down there, you have maybe three main websites: funding and tender portals, where you can find the calls; the dashboard, where you can find the general information on what is done where; and Cordis. And within Cordis, you can look into each project and find the available open and public deliverables, where and these are many within our projects. And finally, we have relations with regional innovation hubs linked to Horizon Europe. Again, in Africa, we have many in the context of this high-level dialogue. So there's a lot of information, and I think I already exhausted my time. So I will be happy to engage with you and share more of this information in the coming days.
And I'll just highlight as well, Maria, that all of the slides are going to be available, and all those links will be accessible by everybody who's online or in the room. You can go and access them there. So thank you very much, Maria. Thank you. I'm going to quickly go over to Carlos Ruiz from the International Renewable Energy Agency, or IRENA. Please, Carlos.
Yeah, thank you. I want to first thank the IMO and UNEP and the Norwegian government for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. And yeah, I'm here representing the International Renewable Energy Agency. For those of you who are not familiar with it, we are an intergovernmental organization with 170 member states, and with the mandate of promoting the sustainable use of renewable energies, and the main objective of serving as a hub for different stakeholders, as a source of advice for our members and others, and to also serve a little bit as a voice, like the international voice of renewable energy. The scope of our work is quite wide, covering the world, and also all renewable technologies, including now derivatives from renewable energy, like the synthetic fuels that are so relevant to the decarbonization of the maritime sector. And yeah, the way in which we support the development and the deployment of technology and the innovation in our member countries is mainly three ways. The first one is by offering guidance and advice on renewable energy technologies, of course, but also raising awareness on pressing issues regarding decarbonization and new trends regarding technology and innovation, etc. The second work stream, let's say, it's basically acting as a platform for collaboration and for information exchange. We frequently gather different stakeholders, not only our member states, but also representatives from financing institutions, from the private sector, from industry, to discuss the challenges and the opportunities regarding the decarbonization, not only of the power sector, but also of other sectors like the maritime sector, industry such as steelmaking, chemicals and petrochemicals, etc. And also engaging with the public. The last work stream is more related to the financing part, where we try to act as an accelerator for project development and facilitating the financing of renewable energy related projects. In terms of our concrete activities, we put out a lot of knowledge products for our members, but also for the general public, which are usually free to access. And for the topic of today, we have quite a couple of reports directly tackling the decarbonization of the maritime sector, several reports covering green hydrogen, synthetic methanol, synthetic ammonia, which are all relevant for the maritime sector, and also some reports tackling the decarbonization of hard-to-abate end-use sectors as a whole. In terms of the type of events and meetings that we hold, we take a lot of different approaches. From not too long ago, for example, we held a ministerial meeting where we basically had representatives from the maritime sector, but also representatives from the energy ministries of our members. And that was an interesting conversation, and it really highlighted that there's a lot of cooperation and there's a lot of gaps that needs to be closed between the transport sector and the energy sector. And perhaps moving on to what I've asked to contribute to this panel, it's more regarding the link between maritime and the energy sector. And so, as you can see on the chart on the left, for example, we expect maritime decarbonization to be achieved through a mix of fuels as well as energy efficiency improvements. And this will have basically implications outside the maritime sector. So in this particular scenario, which actually predates the latest IMO GHG strategy, the maritime sector will be requiring around 60 million tons of green hydrogen for the manufacturing of its fuels. And this will obviously require infrastructure upstream. And so moving to the chart in the middle, which not only tackles maritime, it tackles decarbonization globally, but such demand for green hydrogen and also for other sectors which rely on direct electrification for the decarbonization, the implication is that there's a huge increase in electricity demand, for example. And so in this scenario, 1.5 degrees scenario, we see electricity demand tripling by 2050. And a lot of it, that green box that you see on the right of the middle chart, that's just for the manufacturing of green hydrogen. And so this reaching of net zero basically has large consequences across the entire energy system. And it also has large implications in terms of the global energy landscape. And this is also why it's important that we have events like today discussing innovation and collaboration, because there will be opportunities, and we do need to look outside the sectors and look for collaboration opportunities. But just to give you an idea, the chart on the right shows the hydrogen trade flows according to one of our scenarios, where we see, for example, ammonia being exported from Latin America into other parts of the world, hydrogen and ammonia being exported from North Africa into Europe, a lot of green hydrogen and ammonia coming out of Australia into other parts of the world. And yes, as it has been mentioned, there will be opportunities for the Global South and in general for countries which have great renewable resources and which have the capacity to develop them. But an important point that I wanted to raise here is that that is not enough. So having good renewable resources is not enough. And in this particular study, one of the key conclusions was that the cost of finance, for example, is a critical aspect in how these supply chains will be developed and where will they be developed. Transporting hydrogen in itself, it's quite difficult and quite expensive, and so the cost of transport is quite a large factor, but actually the cost of financing has almost the same impact. And so where countries are not able to offer the favorable business environment and the favorable financing conditions for the infrastructure to be deployed, there's also a risk of the industry not developing and the industry going somewhere else. So this transition offers an opportunity for new players to grab an important role and become exporters of not only green fuels, but also green commodities. But at the same time, if the right measures are not taken, there's also a risk of falling a little bit behind. And so this is the importance of cooperation, creating mutually beneficial partnerships, and making sure that no one is left behind in this transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. We are going to run out of time in about 15 minutes because you're supposed to go and get some lunch. Unless I say you're going to stay here for a little bit. If you're watching online, of course, you can go and put the kettle on or go and have breakfast or your dinner. But we've got about 15 minutes. We're going to go to the Slido in a second. But just as we're going to Slido, and I think I probably need to explain the code to access Slido, do I, Georgie? If we could put that up onto the screen and people here and who are watching online can actually access it. So there's the code. If you go, use that code, go on there. In the meantime, I'm going to continue having a chat with this panel. And the key question that I want to start now, while you look at these questions and just listen to what they're saying as well, is I want to talk a little bit now about the dissemination of the learnings from projects and activities. So with your programme in Norway, the dissemination and the deliberation, and within this, of course, is trust. It's trust to be able to share in the information. With the new centre that you've got building up, how are you going to disseminate in China and globally, and how are you going to sort of draw in and build in that things? How are smart port in enabling trust and sharing and growth? Maria, building, and you mentioned that there is an element of dissemination in that, but maybe you can give some examples of how activities have led to a dissemination of information and even furthering of other projects. And Carlos, the same within the development of the fuels here, or the energy transition, the projects, and how you are disseminating them. So I'll start with you, Magnus, if I may. And I mentioned at the start that I'd like you to talk about how, as a PPP, you've got companies that look at project outcomes and sometimes may want to keep them fairly private because they are competitive advantage.
Yeah, I think there's always sort of a balance to be found between sharing what can be shared and keeping to yourself what is critical. But in our experience, at least once you get used to a certain format of collaboration, most of the partners that we have feel very comfortable with the level of sharing. I think it's a mentality among our partners that we realize that before you can start competing in this market, you need sort of to create the market. And with that mindset, you can achieve a lot. And I think also we place a lot of emphasis on dissemination of results, and we always provide platforms for the pilot owners, the actors in charge of each of the pilot studies, to disseminate. So electronic platforms, web-based or in person.
But is this dissemination outside of the project partners, not just within the project partners or even the Green Shipping Programme, but actually sort of further afield for the whole industry to learn?
Yeah, so these our seminars are open to the public, and we do events such as for the biannual Nor-Shipping event. We always have a seminar presenting pilots. So that is important, and it is important to our partners as well.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Hong Bin, maybe you could elaborate a little bit on what you're thinking of doing with the centre in China.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, as I mentioned just now, that this is a new institute, only 2 years old, so I would like to say that we don't have that much to hide, we are quite open with our partners, and well, from my slide, you may see that there is a line saying the value of this institute is the supreme good is like water. It's a Chinese ancient philosophy. That means water, what the nature's water, flexibility. And also, it nurtures life, but it asks nothing back. So for this center, what I think at the very beginning, we are acting as a platform. And as I introduced the projects, most of them, the initiatives of this center were based on existing projects that have already been carrying on by the industry or local government or local authorities for a couple of years. But what we do is the center will approach to them and to help the interested parties on this particular area or specific technologies to work together. So we are trying to ask people to work together on certain things. But there's, as I said, this knowledge center is not a profit, it's a non-profit institute. So there's nothing, so it is comfortable for us to work with our partners.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Hanan.
Okay. Then many developing countries possess abundant renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, and geothermal energy. These resources can be used to produce low-carbon fuels like green hydrogen and ammonia, which are vital for the shipping industry shift away from fossil fuels. Adopting smart, sustainable ports in developing countries is a great opportunity due to several critical factors: economic, environmental, and social dimension. As the port will be not only logistic hub, neither energetic hub or innovation hub, the ports will be the backbone of the green transition. It requires action across the entire ecosystem involving shipping and the energy sector. Ports will need to invest heavily in their digital and physical infrastructure. However, smart sustainable ports is a new generation of digital ports which maximize the use of technology, either innovative, either smart technologies, in order to improve its performance in the 3 pillars of sustainability: environmentally friendly, economically feasible, and socially responsible. In simple words, the digital and physical infrastructure are used in combination to achieve the sustainable maritime industry, as well as digital infrastructure has become increasingly important to ensure the function of the physical infrastructure. Here I would like to mention that developing countries such as the countries of Middle East and North Africa have several advantages when it comes to renewable energy. They possess more than 22% of the Earth's solar radiation. Then they have competitive price of green hydrogen. For instance, also countries as South Africa and Indonesia will be the key player for produce zero-emission fuels. Tanzania has a golden opportunity to become a leader in renewable energy. The country has abundant solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal sources. And recent study by the World Bank found that Tanzania has the potential to generate 5 1,000 terawatt-hour of solar energy per year, as well as the small island development states have committed to achieving targets. For instance, I will, I have time?
1 more minute.
1 minute? Okay. Okay. Then investing in green and sustainable smart ports is urgently needed for many reasons. Main reason will be that based on scientific studies, 86% of the ports will be exposed to climate change disaster by 2050. Then we can't ignore how climate change disaster can cause port disruption, infrastructure, also the damage, and cause of terminal operation and multi-billion-dollar of economic losses. And the majority of ports are urban or near urban. More than 90% of ports are urban, in urban area. For this reason, it's a great opportunity either for developing countries, either for other countries to adopt smart, sustainable ports. And last but not least, I would focus on the international collaboration, then working hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, side by side will be the optimal way to reach IMO goal. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, Maria, quickly, because I want to go to the Slido result as well. So just a little bit more about this dissemination of the results that you of the projects, if I may, particularly for the developing countries.
Okay, yeah, sure. So dissemination plans are compulsory in all of the Horizon Europe projects. And why this is particularly relevant for the developing countries? First, because it's easy to access, even if it's virtual, and obviously in-person attendance is always a bit more engaging. You can access that virtually, and okay, it's a first step into access to knowledge. And we see in our research projects that in these kind of events, scientists and researchers are very enthusiastic about their project, and sometimes they forget that they're competing with others, and the ambience that we see, it's more they want to share and they want to know what the others are doing so that they can advance in their research. So it is a very, let's say, amicable ambience in which we can already share solutions to problems that we all have. So it's also a good way in which entities from developing countries maybe can see that they have solutions to problems that we all have, and also developing countries can offer how to, for example, a project can contribute to the IMO-GHG strategy and bring that complementarity into the exploitation of the project. And well, basically, we believe that dissemination is it's the easiest way to get knowledge. That sometimes we're working in solutions that others have, and dissemination events are very useful to find solutions to our problems, but also to bring up new ideas for new projects for the future. And last but not least, I would like to remember that in February we will have the Waterborne Days, which is hosted by our partner in the Zero Emission Waterborne Transport Partnership. And this will be an event in which basically or mostly researchers will get together and share their work on the different maritime technologies.
Thank you, Maria. Please, Carlos.
Yeah, very quickly. From our side, in terms of dissemination, as I already mentioned, we are basically trying to act as a platform for communication and exchange, and we have different ways of doing this. One that I haven't mentioned and comes to mind is our collaborative frameworks, which are in a way working groups composed by member countries who participate voluntarily. But in these working groups, we also have the participation of the private sector. And so we have the private sector and different governments presenting their latest findings, achievements, etc., to other interested governments. And so there's continuous exchange of information. We're also supporting other initiatives, for example, the SEM Hubs initiative, where we are trying to highlight the importance of the enabling infrastructure. But beyond also dissemination, we also have a couple of initiatives focusing on implementation. So we do work with our countries on capacity building, and particularly on energy planning at this point, but it's still useful and relevant for the maritime decarbonization. And also more recently, we also entered a partnership with ICAO, which is something that might be interesting for the maritime sphere, where we partner in their new FinHub, where they basically funnel feasibility level projects to our finance accelerator, and we try to make the match with the financing institution. So trying to accelerate the deployment of sustainable aviation fuels. And this is perhaps something that is also useful for the maritime sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Okay, your turn. Slido. Georgie.
Thank you. So at the first part of the Slido, actually, we are asking you questions. And for those who have not done it yet, you still have the QR code there. So this will be actually very useful feedback for us to know what we are doing is going into the right direction or not. So throughout the day, you will have opportunities to give us this feedback. You can see if you go there, there's a question about whether you believe that maritime decarbonization can offer economic benefits to developing countries or not. What is the most important enabler, in your view, for maritime decarbonization to benefit developing countries? And in which areas do you believe that IMO and other relevant UN or other international bodies, such as UNEP and IRENA, could collaborate even closer to implement the IMO-GHG strategy? So I encourage you to go to this QR code and answer the questions, but I know that many of you already did. So if you allow me, we can see the poll, and if you still answer, then the poll may change. Sorry. We just needed the magic touch of my colleague Sukhjit. So do you believe that maritime decarbonization can offer economic benefits to developing countries? From the around 100 answers that we received, it seems like that there's a clear answer, more than 90% that yes. For those who answered no, we are looking forward to have your questions or other contributions why you think it's a no. And actually the Q&A part, so the Q&A part of the Slido is going to be open from the end of this panel, so you can already post your Q&A questions, and we will make sure we answer them at the end of the day, so none of the speakers can run away either. So second, what is the most important enabler in your view for maritime decarbonization to benefit developing countries? Now, this is more interesting because, of course, these are all important enablers. But yes, I see that many of you believe that it's finance and investment. And it's not a surprise that we have a finance and investment session in the Innovation Forum. And we can see it also in our projects that more and more developing countries are interested also in capacity building when it comes to finance and investment and how to approach bankable projects. Then national innovation strategies, so we can see that these are very important. We know that many times these are embedded in other strategies, as we've seen also in the country examples. And of course, the NEPs, the National Action Plans for the implementation of the IMO-GHG strategy can also incorporate innovation. And then we have collaboration between key players around shipboard energy axis. So yes, indeed, we have discussed quite a bit in the panel how crucial this is as well. And then R&D, piloting new technologies in developing countries, came out as fourth, still important enabler. And our third question, very interesting again, quite a bit ahead, one answer. So in which areas do you believe the IMO and other relevant UN international bodies, UNEP and IRENA, for example, could collaborate even closer to support developing countries in implementing the GHG strategy and leveraging opportunities offered by maritime decarbonization in developing countries, of course. So majority of you believe that these are joint projects supporting developing countries. And there are also some who are voting for piloting new technologies and specifically supporting national action plans. Of course, again, these are all important, and the project may actually include these elements. If you allow me, we just go back, if this is still the state of the voting, for one more second, because I see that newer votes are coming in. So indeed, still, majority of you believe that maritime decarbonization offers benefits to developing countries. Finance and investment still as number one enabler, and you encourage joint projects with other international bodies, UN organizations like UNEP and IRENA as main recommendation to us. So thank you very much for this. Before we break for lunch, just note that the Q&A is open also on Slido. So if you go to the same QR code, then you will see there also a part which says Q&A, and you can put in your questions that you have to the panel members and to all the other panels that are coming up today. And we will come back to those questions in the last 1 hour of the day. Please enjoy your lunch break. You can also visit the cafeteria. And please be back sharp at 2:30, ideally before. And I see that our director, Mr. Jos Mateika, would like to say something.
Is that okay, Chair? Yeah,
Yep,
it's a very quick comment. It's nothing to do with decarbonization. Thank you so much. When I sit from here and look at the podium, I can see a difference. And the difference is we have more women than the men in the podium. And I think probably it's showing some good signals that maritime decarbonization innovation, that's, we would probably hope to see and are seeing more women, and it's very, very encouraging. Thank you so much.
Wait until the next session then.
I hear, yes.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking your seats. We are going to start in 1 minute. Thank you all, and thank you for staying with us after a very intensive morning session. And I will hand over in a second to the moderator to start this very important panel, which is looking at the national approaches to implement the IMO-GHG strategy. But if you allow me, and I see also some of you are taking pictures. Indeed, it's a historic moment. It's the first time that we have an IMO panel that is actually addressing a very technical issues indeed, and it's all women. So it's very nice to see. But before handing it over to the distinguished panel member, just one practicality, if you allow me. Some of you were asking that very exactly the report is that was presented earlier today. So I'm going to show you, hopefully. But okay. Disregard, I will show you it later. It looks like there's a connection issue. So please, Craig, over to you.
Thank you. Yes, I am a man, but I'm proud to stand. But I am proud to sit in the middle of this panel. And I just point that out, though. It isn't all. They are the experts, not me. My skill is actually in the moderation and the deliberation and to bring a conversation out. These four ladies are the experts, and I have had a conversation with all four of them prior to this. And what we have to talk to you about now is some of the national approaches that we see that are going on in their respective countries. So they're not here as a token representation of women. These are four people who are extremely accomplished in some of the developments in their countries, okay? So what we're going to do is we'll briefly hear from all four of them, and then, like the last session, we'll have time for a panel session, and then we'll do the Slido again, where we'll ask you some questions, and then after the break, we'll have a bigger opportunity for you to ask the questions, and we can have more of a discussion there as well. So we're going to hear from Chile, we're going to hear from Namibia, we're going to hear from the Philippines, and we're going to hear from Trinidad and Tobago. So we're going all the way around the world in terms of discussion about what's happening in particularly the developing countries, LDCs, SIDS, and how that links to what's going on here at the IMO. So Romina Altamirano, I had to ask her, her name isn't printed wrong. She actually does have a double-barreled surname that is the same. So Romina Altamirano, over to you, please.
Thank you so much. First of all, on behalf of the government of Chile, thank you so much to the International Maritime Organization for this incredible invitation. I'm so glad to be here in this full woman panel. This is the first time in my life that I participate in a full woman panel, so thank you so much for this invitation. So, well, my presentation is going to be focused on the development of a national strategy of hydrogen, in particular, the second instrument of the implementation of the Green Hydrogen National Strategy, which is called Green Hydrogen Action Plan. And what is the role of the maritime sector in this? I'm going to give you more details about the role of the maritime sector in this action plan. Next slide, please. Well, This is a brief about what I'm talking about today. First of all, I want to give you some insight about the different policies that we are working on in Chile. In particular, I work in the Ministry of Energy. I'm in charge of the adaptation and creation of new regulation in terms of new energy sources or fuels. So I'm going to give you information about what we are doing in Chile in terms of environment and energy transition. In particular, we have the main strategy or the main plan is the climate change law, which is it was announced in 2023. This is the document that is completely aligned to the Paris Agreement. It is a document that established different responsibilities to the different sectors of the country. In particular, the energy, who is responsible for the footprint of the country. And in addition, in energy in particular, we have other different policies or strategies that are more specific in terms of energy transition. This one is the energy policy that was published, the first one that was published in 2015, but we are being updating this document in 2023 and 2024 with different new goals and engagement that are more ambitious. In particular, for example, in this document, you can see that we have the goal to achieve 70% of zero-emission fuels in non-electric energy and uses by 2050, which is something that it's very ambitious, but due to the conditions that we have in Chile in terms of development of renewable energy, it's something that for us is achievable. Now, if we talk about renewable energy, obviously the green hydrogen is one of the opportunities, and that's the reason why in 2020 we announced the Green Hydrogen National Strategy. It's a document that established different goals in terms of the development of the new industry in Chile, and has I can't pronunciate that, but it's Luba Jyoti Das, the sir that presented this morning about the current development of green hydrogen strategy in our country. We are planning to cover the local demand and then work with export of ammonia and other types of new energy sources. Now, what is the role of the maritime sector in the energy transition with green hydrogen? In particular, the Green Hydrogen National Strategy is what we want to do in the future. But the action plan is how we're going to do that. So the Green Hydrogen Action Plan, it's a variety of milestones and actions that are more concrete in terms of what each sector going to do to achieve the goal of the green hydrogen strategy. Here we can see three different areas or topics where the maritime sector it's very clear. In particular, the first one is infrastructure development. We are planning and designing different infrastructure facilities and installations are very necessary to be exporters, but also to be to improve the local demand of the new energy sources. We are doing different studies and analysis, diagnosis to in order to be more efficient in the design of the different policies that we need to do in Chile. And in this part, the maritime sector is essential for the construction of the guidelines and what we have to do in the future in our country. Additionally, in terms of research of innovation, the maritime sector have a very important role. In particular, because the Ministry of Energy with the Chilean Navy has an engagement that seeks to promote the innovation and research, creating a center of technological and development. This center aim to promote the development of new energy sources, but also the innovation, the capacity building, which is something very important to achieve the creation of these new projects. This center is under development, and we hope that in 2026 we will have the first pilot plan. Additionally, the third part is trade and international markets. In my opinion, I think that it's a more innovative topic because we are planning a green corridor. This is interesting because we are a country that it's very long, as you can see in the map. It's very long and narrow. We have geography that it's very particular. We have conditions in terms of logistics very different to different countries of the world. So here you can see that we have 3 different green corridors in plan. This is a study that has developed by Merz, McKinney, Muller. They analyzed first 18 different green routes, and they selected 2 of them. The first one, it's a route that will connect Chile, which is in the center of the map, with Asia. This is an international route. This route was thought like this route. It's something more related with the mining industry. We are exported of 28% of the copper of the world. So this is something essential for the incomes of our country. This international route will connect Chile with Asia, in particular Japan and Korea. It's a project that is in feasibility phase. And we have other routes in terms of more domestic. The first one is will connect the center of Chile with the southern. This is a route of sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is a raw material that it's used for the exploitation of the copper. It's part of the value chain of the copper, and it showed you that these kinds of route will contribute not only in the decarbonization of maritime industry, but also the mining industry. So that is the incentive of the creation of these new routes. In Chile, we don't have a lot of financial support in terms of the new energy sources. We are working on that, but the motivation of this kind of project is connect with other industries that are essential for the development of the country. Additionally, we are thinking about the third green corridor. It will connect with the aquaculture industry, in particular salmon, where we are producers of salmon. So this is in a pre-feasibility phase, but we are thinking about generate another green corridor like this. In terms of the current projects that we have in our country, we have 5 in operation. We have 5 under development in environmental certification. And in particular, I want to highlight 2 of them. The first of all, it's HIF Global. This is located in southernmost Chile. This is a very interesting, I really like this project because it's the world's first operational pilot plant of synthetic fuels. Today they are producing gasoline, synthetic methanol, and they're planning to produce sustainable aviation fuels and other kinds of synthetic fuels in the future. So it's very ambitious, but we are doing that today. So most of the gasoline that they are producing is exported to Europe. So this is a reality today. We are doing synthetic fuels. The other one is HyX. HyX, it's another project of production of ammonia. This ammonia will be produced for the creation of explosives for the use in the mining industry, but there are other. They are considering to generate ammonia for local demand. This is the first priority of the country: local demand and then exportation. So this is my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Great. Thank you very much, Romina. So we'll now go from the western side of South America to the western side of South Africa. To Theopolina, please.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. It is not the western, rather the southern side of Africa. Yeah? Today, I just really want to give you an overview of the various green hydrogen projects that we have in Namibia. I am from the Namibia Green Hydrogen Program. Really, the mandate of our program is to facilitate a conducive environment for various green hydrogen projects in Namibia, both those that are on private land, privately owned projects, as well as state or those that are developed on state land. So that is really our mandate. We ensure legal de-risking by formulating policies and developing legal or legislative review. We also do technical de-risking, we do financial de-risking, as well as environmental de-risking for the sector. Now, as we may know, Namibia has world-class wind energy potential along its southern as well as northern coast, with wind capacity factors of between 56 to 58%, as well as solar resource of 2,600 to 2,800 full load hours per year. And it's very important to note that particularly in the southern part of Namibia, the region is a global top 3 co-located wind and solar resource, and the land there is entirely owned by the government of Namibia. Now, similar to Chile, we also have a green hydrogen and derivatives policy. In November of 2022, the Ministry of Mines and Energy in Namibia published our strategy, now the Green Hydrogen and Derivatives Strategy. And according to the strategy, the country really aspires to create an at-scale green fuels industry with a production target of 10 to roughly 12 million tons of hydrogen equivalent per annum. And in order to meet this goal, 3 hydrogen valleys have been created or identified in the country. One in the north of the country, we have the central region of the country with a valley as well, and then one in the southern region of the country. These regions were identified for the production of green hydrogen and its derivatives such as ammonia, hot briquetted iron, methanol, and synthetic fuels. And it is also really worth noting that Namibia also aspires to establish an integrated, thriving ecosystem across Southern Africa. So we don't want to operate as an island. We want to serve the hinterland, or rather collaborate with the hinterland as well. Now, when I say hinterland, I'm talking about, of course, Zambia, Botswana, Angola, and South Africa, as well as the rest of Africa. So the goal is really for integration, regional integration of the African continent. Now, presently in Namibia, we have 7 green hydrogen projects. Most of these projects are on private land. We have one project in southern Namibia. We rather call it the flagship project or the anchor project in terms of size and impact. It is called the Hyphen Hydrogen Energy Project, and it's the only project that has been procured by the government of Namibia to date, and it is located on state land in the south of the country. Hyphen aims to produce 6 to 7 gigawatts of renewables, and this is why, of course, when we're talking about impact and size, it is our flagship project with 3 gigawatts of electrolyzers and 2 million tons of ammonia per year. The project is presently in feasibility state. We have done pre-FEED, which is front-end engineering design, and now we've moved over into the FEED phase of the project. And apart from Hyphen, the rest of the projects are really located in the central region of the country. I'll speak to HDF. Now, really, HDF aims to develop the first utility scale power plant in the central region. We call it the Irongo region. And now I need everyone to note that when I say central region, this is really, we have 2 ports in Namibia. One is called the Port of Walvis Bay, and it's in the central region because port activities become very important shortly when we speak. And the other port is in the south, where the Hyphen project is, and that port is called Port of Lüderitz. Now, HDF is also in the central region. They really aim to produce green baseload power to serve 14,000 Namibians in the country, and that really would contribute to increased local electricity generation within the country. We also have what we call the High Iron Oshivela project. Now, that project is the first of its kind, and the project in its initial phase aims to produce 15,000 tons of green iron. Green iron, we also refer to it as direct reduced iron, and I'll shortly explain the process because I'll single out this project as well in the next phase. And in the first stage already, High Iron aims to avoid 27,000 emissions of CO2. That's only in phase 2. So, but we'll also go a little bit into detail to see what it looks like when, you know, as a project aims to scale. A very innovative project in its approach and the technology that is used in order to produce the direct reduced iron. We also have what we call Zero Molecules, another project in central Namibia. And they also aim to produce 500 tons of ammonia per annum. And we have what we call Clean Energy Solutions. Now, Clean Energy Solutions is a joint venture between the largest shipping company in Belgium called CMB.TECH and a local company in Namibia called Altavine List. And the project has currently a demonstration hub or a pilot project that has now been completed for the production of hydrogen and ammonia. They have on the pilot project, on the demonstration hub, they have the refueling station for refueling trucks with green hydrogen. They also have a training academy as well as a hydrogen production plant. And in April of this year, the King Philip of Belgium came to inaugurate that pilot plant in Namibia. And the last project that we have is Dowris. And now Dowris also aims to produce green hydrogen as well as green ammonia. Ammonia mainly for, in its first phase, in the pilot phase for local consumption to produce for agricultural purposes. And of course, as it looks to scale upward of 2027, they will then export internationally. But it's also worth noting that of the 7 projects that I just presented, 3 of these projects aim to produce green hydrogen within the next couple of weeks, still in this year of 2024. Most of the equipment have arrived on site, so we look to have our first green hydrogen produced in the country before we wrap up the year. Next slide, please. Now, I've noted or I've singled out 2 projects that I spoke about. The first one is Clean Energy and as well as High Iron. And the reason why I did this is because these 2 projects have innovative approaches that are supporting the maritime decarbonization space as well as net zero effects. And the Namibian government has taken a critical step to become a notable producer of green hydrogen as well as green ammonia, and of course thanks to our abundant solar and wind resources. But while we've done a lot of work in the country, there's still a lot that remains to be done, and it is also very refreshing to see a global network of private sector players responding to the calls of Namibia. An example of that is CMB.TECH. They have ventured, like I said, with a local company. It is the largest shipping company in Belgium, and the ambition of the company is to build an ammonia bunkering terminal at the port of Walvis Bay. And together with their local partners, they aim to construct a 200 million ammonia storage facility at the beginning of next year. And if you can see on the slide there, what they aim to do is they aim to have the hydrogen production facility at the top and then transport the hydrogen in pipelines to the ammonia synthesis plant at Farm 58 and then transported to the port for export purposes. And when this portfolio of investments are combined, the CMB and ONL portfolio of investment, they really aim to establish Walvish Bay, which is our port, as a preferred port of call for any ships that are looking to dock or that are looking to use green ammonia as a shipping fuel at Walvish Bay. But it's also worth noting that CMB Tech itself has already placed orders of 5 new very large crude carriers, and they are presently under construction. The vessels are expected to be delivered by 2026 and the first quarter of 2027, and they will be powered on dual engines, both diesel and ammonia, which of course shows a bit of traction there within the maritime space. And by the end of 2027, CMB Tech also expects to order 10 more vessels that will run fully on ammonia, and some of which may start calling at the port of Namibia. So with all of this coupled, we expect to really see an increase of ships calling at the port of Walvish Bay, and the aim is really to make Walvish Bay a green shipping hub. Now, if we go over to the second project, which is high iron, and I'll be very brief when I speak about this project. It is, again, a collaboration between a local entity and a German entity that specialized in renewable energy and engineering, and it has developed an innovative technology to produce green iron. So what they do is they take the iron ore, which is your FeO, so iron oxide, that's your iron ore, combine it with hydrogen, and then your hydrogen molecules combine with the oxygen from the iron ore, and then obviously they separate the iron. So that's your direct reduced iron. Then the water, which forms from your hydrogen molecule and your oxygen, is used, continuously filtered in a loop, and then it's reused to then produce your hydrogen. A very innovative technology, if you ask me, in efforts to really reduce the carbon emissions. Yeah, and another thing that particular project is also doing is presently we are doing and investigating a study to see the competitiveness of carrying or transporting, using ammonia as a carrier of hydrogen, comparing that to using iron ore as a transporter of hydrogen, and looking at recracking it, of course, on the other side, and looking at the competitiveness and the efficiency of doing so. Another really innovative study that we are looking at in Namibia. And with that, I have provided a little bit of an overview of what we are doing currently in the country, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Polina. So now we've heard 2 countries that are definitely making a difference. And when we started the Innovation Forum in 2021, we couldn't tell these stories. Now we're beginning to see these stories. So let's go to Sonia now from the Philippines. Sonia, please.
Thank you, Craig, and Excellencies, distinguished panelists, and participants of this Innovation Forum here in IMO headquarters, and those joining us online. Good afternoon to all. And in behalf of the government of the Philippines, I would like to thank IMO and UNEP and Norway for this opportunity. The 2023 IMO strategy encapsulates our global concerns about the impact of GHG emission from ships and represents the unity of maritime stakeholders to act, mitigate, and reduce it. The Philippines, with its commitment to implement the IMO GHG strategy, has started the groundworks towards a pathway to achieve these goals as set in the IMO GHG strategy through a national strategic action plan for the Philippines maritime industry decarbonization. And today I'll be sharing how we are developing this NSAP and how we are also aligning this with the energy transition. Based on the Philippine 2020 GHG inventory as provided in our national determined contribution, it showed that the contribution of the maritime sector is about 8% of the total transport sector contribution, which is about 22% of the total contribution. Our inventory will be updated in next year, and we believe that timely and accessible data is more crucial than ever. While the Philippine merchant fleet, totaling to more than 15,000, with an average age of 19 years and for our domestic and 5 years for our overseas, we also have around 1,000 ports nationwide in the country, about 4,000 private companies and entities in the shipping and maritime sector, and about 1 million seafarers that will be considered in our National Action Plan. After the adoption of the IMO revised strategy for the reduction of GHG emission, the Maritime Industry Development Plan of 2028 was adopted last February with the issuance of an executive order number 55 by no less than our President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. This sends the strong signal for the high-level commitment that the current administration is giving to the Philippine maritime industry. The MIDP 2028 serves as the country's roadmap for the integrated development and strategic direction for the maritime industry. And it includes the programs for the promotion and of environmentally sustainable maritime industry and implementation of a sustainable maritime innovation, digitalization, transformation, and knowledge center, of which are also given highest priority under my leadership. In the absence of the adopted national strategy and action plan, I agree with the earlier presentation that there is a tendency to have scattered actions, which I guess is still currently true in the situation of the Philippines now. But I believe and I'm confident that all these actions will eventually align in our national strategy and action plan. Our draft NSAP considers the following strategy and main components, and number one of which is the whole-of-nation approach. Given the institutional framework or structure in the Philippines, we have different departments and agencies that are involved in the implementation of any action plan relating to energy and particularly maritime decarbonization. So we have the Department of Environment and Natural Resources that plays a crucial role in ensuring the transition aligns with the country's climate commitments and promote the sustainable environmental practices. We also have the Department of Energy that is responsible for seeing the shift to clean energy and ensuring a just outcome for our workers through the implementation of the Philippine Energy Plan. The Department of Labor and Employment also is involved in ensuring the protection of worker rights by establishing a social safety nets and developing programs that prepare all our workers and giving them the opportunities in a green economy. While the Department of Science and Technology provides the necessary research, development, and innovative solutions and products, ensuring that innovation and technology is part of the decarbonization equation. The Climate Commission is also on board as they are implementing the Green Jobs Act of the Philippines. In terms, and lastly, the Department of Transportation, which includes the Philippine Ports Authority, which is in charge of all the port infrastructure, bunkering, and safe operation in ports, and the Maritime Industry Authority, as an attached agency to the department that leads the decarbonization efforts in the maritime sector. This actively promotes sustainable and equitable transportation solutions, ensuring that the transition benefits both the industry and the workforce. So speaking of innovation and technology, in February of this year, we conducted the first ever Maritime and Science Technology in the Philippines. And this includes launching of our safe, efficient, and sustainable solar-assisted plug-in electrical boat, or we call SESI e-boat, where it has completed its prototype by the Mapua University and with the support of the Maritime Industry Authority, the Department of Energy, and the Department of Science and Technology. Also being developed and prototyped is the electric ferry for deployment in inland waterways, not only addressing the environment concerns and GHG emission, but also to reduce urban congestion. Developed as well is the Maritime Energy Demand Information and Analysis Software, or we call shortly MIDJANS, that performs bottom-up calculation of energy demand and estimation for transport emission from the domestic maritime sector. Alternative energy source using sail is being also considered for our commercial fishing boats. Although we don't have yet one specific solution for this transition, we have an ongoing project for the hydrogen plant in the southern part of the Philippines, as well as we are conducting feasibility study for the establishment of Green Corridor with the assistance and collaboration with the Zero Carbon Shipping Center of Maersk, McKinley, and Moller. So we continue to develop our national strategy and action plan, and collaboration with regional and global players and international cooperation indeed plays a very important role in this aspect, as we have collaboration with the Green Marine Copenhagen, with the Global Green Growth Institute, with recently, we have established through, of course, the cooperation and assistance of the Republic of Korea, the International Forum on Education and Training for Advanced Seafarers, led by no less than our Secretary General Emeritus, Mr. Kita Klim. And all this international cooperation and collaborating, focusing on capacity building and technology and knowledge sharing. Of course, financing and investment issues and concerns will also be part of our national strategic and action plan by providing access to available funds as well as incentives, recognizing the needed funds transitioning to green shipping through bilateral and multilateral funds and financing institutions. Most importantly, our national action plan will include the national regulatory framework based on global standards that is essential, as similarly with port and other infrastructure requirements. So in closing, let me reiterate the Philippines is fully committed to supporting the global maritime industry's decarbonization efforts through collaboration with various government agencies, international partners, and key stakeholders in the private sector as we continue to engage them and have a more intensified awareness and education program as we lay down the groundwork for our sustainable and equitable transition. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and we'll be happy to share more details as we continue our conversation.
Good, thank you very much, Sonia. Good, so let's go to the Caribbean then, please, Vivian, and Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Craig. And thank you to the IMO for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago. I'd like to start first with us being a proud host of the Technology Center. The Maritime Technology Center has allowed Trinidad and Tobago to play a leading part in building capacity throughout the Caribbean with respect to maritime decarbonization. And critical to that, in the last year, we were involved in the deployment of, possible deployment of technologies under the IMO Cares project. And the region is really excited, and Trinidad and Tobago is also excited to be part of the possible mounting of an onshore wind farm that will support the Port Authority in St. Kitts. In addition to that, Trinidad and Tobago, we are a traditional oil and gas state. Decarbonization is not necessarily our national priority. However, there is opportunity that our energy ministries in particular has recognized because of the push for the adoption of low carbon fuels and technology in the maritime sector, there is an opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago to play a significant role in methanol bunkering, perhaps as a transition fuel or a future fuel. And there are efforts afoot with respect to developing full projects for methanol bunkering within the Caribbean region. As one of the top 5 producers of methanol and ammonia, Trinidad and Tobago is also a country that has infrastructure that is available and ready for actual deployment of the manufacturing, and not necessarily green in the first instance, but blue ammonia and blue methanol. We are advanced in our research with respect to carbon sequestration in the country, and therefore, in terms of the use of these plants for the creation of blue fuels as a transition fuel for the maritime sector, there is a significant role there to play. And there are private sector projects afoot that are where the key players are actually involved both in Trinidad and Tobago and in Dominica for various projects involving ammonia and hydrogen that would see these plants being used for the possible low-carbon ammonia by 2028 as cargo. So there is significant opportunity in Trinidad and Tobago because of our heavily industrialized estate. And one of the things, another opportunity is a lot of these plants, because as a traditional gas state, and given that our gas industry is now mature and in decline, we are looking for the feedstock for these plants. And this is where the use and the incentives for the use of alternative energy in terms of solar, as well as the adoption of technology that would enhance the efficiency of these plants in a move away from fossil fuel feedstock. There is significant opportunity there. And I reiterate, these plants have the ability to generate sufficient ammonia and methanol to take us back into being the #1 producer of methanol and ammonia in the world. But in terms of the feedstock, this is where we recognize the technology and the deployment and the scale of that technology to feed those plants has to come in. So in that regard, there are partnerships that are in place that is moving towards greater enhancing the efficiency of those plants and having those plants produce lower carbon fuels in the short to medium term with a view to transitioning into production into green fuels in the future. In terms of, there's a geothermal there that is being mentioned. Again, it is Trinidad-based companies that are pioneering the work for green hydrogen projects in Dominica. And we expect that project to be, to begin actual fruition and output within the next 3 to 5 years. So there is a lot of decarbonization projects that is happening in Trinidad and Tobago, but what has to be borne in mind, it is within the context of economic opportunity and economic viability. And that is where the incentive is coming in, because we do not have a national maritime decarbonization strategy. There is a national decarbonization strategy that is under the UNFCCC, but in terms of maritime decarbonization and a maritime agenda for the entire Caribbean region, it does not rank as a high priority in terms of the maritime legislative agenda for the region, which is critical for enabling this, this transformation. Throughout the Caribbean region, they recognize that Trinidad and Tobago has a lot of skills. There is a lot of experience in the handling of large-scale plants, in managing methanol, managing ammonia, and shipping methanol and ammonia. So this presents an opportunity for partnerships to enhance the current projects that are afoot with respect to the creation of blue ammonia and blue methanol, and with a view to these transitioning into green fuels in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivian. So now we've heard from 4 countries, and we've heard from these 4 panelists about the energy transition in the 4 countries and how it's progressing in slightly different focuses. And I got the impression that there are different focuses, but the one thing that we see is the economic value that you see within that, particularly in Chile and in Namibia. You've identified that economic opportunity from a national perspective. And from the Philippines and Vivian in the Caribbean, there are opportunities, but you've identified that at the moment you don't necessarily have a national strategy for linking it with the maritime decarbonisation, but you're certainly personally identifying that it needs to happen. So perhaps in this part of this discussion then, what we can talk a little bit about is how you see the linkages then between this energy transition in your countries and how it evolves into the maritime transition, and particularly the goals that we see within the IMO strategy. Because one of the things that we're trying to identify within the Innovation Forum are those links and how that actually can be sped up, and how the LDCs and the SIDS can actually be empowered to sort of evolve like this. So I think I'll start with you, Romina, because you've got a couple of well-established projects now. You said at least 3 of them will be producing hydrogen within this year. So, and the other thing that you identified was national needs kind of first, and then alongside that, you've also identified that strategy of then having exports. How important is it to have that national perspective before the international objectives? Could you put your microphone on?
Well, we see a lot of benefits in terms of the development of decarbonization. In particular, we see that a project like this, for example, the Green Corridor, is an excellent opportunity for decentralization. This is an important point because, as you see in the slide, our country is very long, very narrow, and the capital city, it's just in the middle of the country. And we have problems in terms of the productivity of the country is very centralized. So in this part, the development of the renewable energy will be located in the southern Chile, in northern. So we see that the creation of these hubs of renewable energies will promote, it will have a social impact. So this is something that for our country, it's very important. Most than the decarbonization is how we can improve the conditions and the social conditions of our citizens. And additionally, we see also that this is an opportunity for energy independence because we are importers of base oil fuels. So we can see that these projects give us some opportunities to reduce the emissions, but also to reduce probably the cost of the transportation of different fuels to our country. Finally, the generation of these projects is create value in our commodities, in particular the copper. This is something that we want to promote, the creation of a green commodity or something like that. So this is an excellent opportunity to give more worth to our commodities and create an industry that it's very aligned to the different environmental engagement.
So what you've identified there is the opportunity to promote the Chilean supply chain as being decarbonised, so that when countries or companies want to establish where their copper comes from, and there are increased interest these days in having that governance of understanding of the emissions. Exactly. And you mentioned salmon in your presentation as well. You've got a salmon fish?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we have production of salmon. Yeah. So yeah, the aquaculture is other industry that we are considering to give more value in terms of this green product. So yeah, we are considering, as mentioned, the strategy is to select some industries that are essential for the growth of the economy. So yeah, this is our strategy.
Yeah. So you're able to promote that as green. And Diapalina, from Namibia perspective, you see the fuel as an eventual export there as well. Are you able to tie it into other exports in the same way that Chile is?
Into other exports. Sorry. Thank you very much. Into other exports. So presently, obviously, what we are looking at mainly is the export of hydrogen and ammonia from the sector itself. And really, I think aside from just looking at it from a perspective of hydrogen and ammonia, the greater goal of the country is actually to green industrialize. What do we mean with that? We have identified sectors such as the manufacturing of solar panels, wind turbines, green lithium, because traditionally Namibia has been known as one of those countries that mainly operate within the primary sector. What that means is we mine our minerals and then we send them out, never beneficiate them within country. So within our green industrialization blueprint, as it ties into other the export of other commodities, one of the key things that we aim to do is to beneficiate lithium, because we have large deposits of lithium within the country. So if you look at all these various sectors that we've identified that are investable, and I mean, in the beginning, we don't have to manufacture the entire wind turbine, right? We could start with the towers, or we could start with the blades, because we also have rare earth minerals that go into this commodities, that go into the manufacturing of these commodities. So our national goals as a country is really to green industrialize, to benefit from this net transition of energy. And similar to Chile, and I think we have quite a bit of similarities, really some of these projects on the ground have already started creating jobs, right? We have created over 800 jobs in the country, and 800 may sound very small to somebody else, but coming from a country that has 3 million people, in the greater scheme of things, for our country, it makes a lot of sense. 800 is a huge number. And also looking at the unemployment rate of the country, 800 is a huge number. So looking at all these industries that we are looking to set up and the export that we are looking to set up within country, we look to benefit from the transition, and also really just speaking about the energy independence as well. Again, that's also our key focus, because the country exports more than 60% of its electricity from neighboring countries such as South Africa, Zambia, and the like. So if we can have our projects like the Hyphen project that aims to produce 6 to 7 gigawatts of electricity, renewable electricity, if excess of that electricity can be injected into the national grid, right, to decarbonize our energy mix, a win for the country. So those are some of our aims. Really, the key is to green industrialize and not so much just focusing on the exports, but also benefiting from the net transition.
Good, thank you. And with the Philippines, and perhaps also with the Caribbean as well, Vivian, one of the elements that I see here, and this is bringing it back to the maritime transition and the focus on the maritime industry as well, is lots of small islands. You mentioned, Sonia, what was it, 9,000 ships? Quite a lot of ships, small vessels. They all look quite old, about 19 years old, I think you put up on your slide. How do you see, from both of your perspectives, I just want to get your thoughts about this energy transition and how you look to your national domestic fleets as part of that transition?
Yes, definitely the domestic fleet will be part of our national action plan, but it goes back to our direct linkage to the energy transition, because though we are also developing like electric boats and electric ferries for transportation between and among our islands and island economies, then we go back to the dependence to the renewable energy. And we have to really have that specific targets as to what are this renewable energy will be. Are we referring to, or shall we include solar, wind, biofuels, hydrogen, or anything? So the key point is, if we have that action plan, it should be aligned as to the source of energy. How about the production, sustainability of all this renewable energy? Yes, they will be part of the equation, but they will be dependent as well on the energy transition. That's why the direct link and alignment with all this should be considered, and we should have an integrated policy framework that will give all these timelines integrated and harmonized. Otherwise, regardless of a very good national action plan on the maritime transport or maritime sector, if the energy sector is not aligned, then we will still not be successful in achieving what we are committed to achieve under the IMO GHG strategy. So it's very important, and we include all the ports and even shipbuilding and other industries related to the maritime sector.
Do you see the Philippines being a net importer of green energy? Or would it be a case that you envisage in that linkage between the maritime plan and the national energy plan within the Philippines?
Well, it's too early to say now, but yes, I mentioned that there is already this project for hydrogen plant within the Philippines, actually in the southern part of the Philippines. So as of now, it's like we can say that we are like maybe towards that importation, but eventually there is the opportunity that we can also, but we need investment, financing, and infrastructure as well as technology to really go to that direction of not importing all this renewable energy.
Sure, I know we're going to be talking tomorrow a lot more about the financing angle of that we're talking about here as well. Vivian, please.
Thank you, Greg. So our national energy company that basically owns the majority of our local fleet of smaller size vessels, they actually have a very aggressive green agenda. And in this regard, they have actually started to change out their vessels towards, electric technology. And you're seeing a greater push to electrification of their port operations as well as the fleet. And in that regard, we're hoping that that can be, that model can be emulated in other local ship owners. But in terms of the Caribbean small fleet, it's kind of hard for that technology to be deployed because the scale and the available technology in the region isn't necessarily aligned to our shipping needs. We do have pockets of research and the deployment of wind, not necessarily in the English-speaking Caribbean, but I'm aware of projects that are in their second phase with the deployment of wind technology for vessels in Guadeloupe. Again, not necessarily the independent or island states of the Caribbean, but in terms of the overseas territories. Notwithstanding that technology could be, again, replicated across the region. But coming back to Trinidad and Tobago, we have pockets of decarbonization that is existing in our national energy companies. And as they push towards that decarbonization agenda, we are seeing their acquisition and a planned phase for expanding their fleet for decarbonized vessels and vessel operations. So it's both at the port side as well as in terms of the vessel side. But in terms of the schooner vessels that are operating, I don't see deployment of decarbonized technology in these vessels anytime soon because, again, it has to make economic sense for those operators. And some of them, already operate within the margins of the applicable conventions. So, decarbonizing their operations will be expensive and not necessarily economically viable for those private sector operators.
And I'm guessing an additional challenge you may have is even if Trinidad and Tobago or a Caribbean country can actually set that kind of agenda or set that kind of strategy, there would be a lot of the vessels. In the Philippines, for example, it will be domestic trade going in between the islands. But in the Caribbean, it'll be intra-island but not domestic.
Correct.
That's a different
Yes.
kettle of fish, to use a very English expression, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. And then in terms of our maritime standards across the different countries, they vary by country. And in terms of the enforcement, again, they vary by country. And the decarbonization priority also varies by country. So it is a difficult region to develop a harmonized approach, but there are efforts underway.
And do you find that the activities of, we might as well plug the NTCC here a little bit, do you find that the activities, the innovation and the technology activities and the capacity building you do there is, you know, is a benefit to this? Is it helping? Can you give me sort of examples how this is, this isn't a planned question, by the way, I'll just throw this in, how this is helping what's going on?
Definitely. I think the presence of the technology center within the region is definitely being felt. I think the region feels a lot more confident in making statements with respect to technology. And we saw that in the last MEPC deliberations, where the Technology Center submitted a paper, well, through at least 6 countries supported the submission of this paper, essentially we documented, for the first time we documented the impact of the CII on a particular company that covers a significant amount of maritime trade in the region. And having documented that, the region was fairly confident in making the statements that this is going to adversely impact the operations and shipping to the region and the security of shipping to the region if some of these operators were to pull out of the region as a result of the negative consequence of short sea shipping and the current computation of the CII. So, you know, that is just one example of, you know, where the Technology Center is making an impact in terms of the negotiations at the IMO, but also in terms of the deployment of the technology. I think the CARES project was particularly helpful because, you know, a lot of the private sector companies were shortlisted as potential beneficiaries. So they saw the opportunity and they're feeling the actual impact and possible deployment of technology, decarbonized technology within reach. So it's not just, you know, workshops and talk shops and capacity building. We're actually seeing the possible deployment of technology in the very short term in some of these projects. And I believe also the presence and the continuous conversations with respect to capacity building has had an impact even in terms of the energy majors and the responsibility associated with the deployment and the adoption of these decarbonization targets. While they are not part of the legislative framework, we've seen charters making it as part of their contractual framework. And I believe that is as a result of maritime administrators and shipping operators within the region becoming more and more aware of this ambition and responsibility with respect to decarbonizing the sector.
I think that's an important point to recognise that this is a commercial industry that we're talking about, and therefore being able to have that contractual arrangement in the commercial side of things is going to be an important point. And I think when you were talking there about what your exports are, obviously you're going to be dealing with private enterprises that are going to buy the products, sell the products, buy the products, export the products. They're going to want to have the contracts built into that. So I guess where I want to take this conversation then is to, when it comes to the development of the GHG strategy, the IMO strategy, and the linking with the commercial aspects of the various exports that you've got in Namibia or in Chile, how do you envisage sort of bringing that together in sort of, I know you mentioned CMB Tech being part of this and they've got that, so perhaps you could elaborate a little bit about how Namibia is able to sort of facilitate that commercial side of the public-private partnership or whatever it is, and that commercialisation of the strategy.
Oh, thank Thank you. I think one of the key things to note is, and I think in the previous, on the previous panel, somebody touched a little bit on it, collaboration and partnership. The one thing that we speak a lot about is G2G partnerships, government-to-government partnerships. But within this sector, I think it's also very important to note that partnerships at company levels, company-to-company partnerships are very, very critical if we want to make the sector a lot, or if we want to make most of these products a lot more commercial. What do I mean by that? Governments can sign their agreements, but it makes a lot more sense when, or there's a lot more weight when an international company forms a venture with a local company to actually drive the sector. And those are the examples we've seen in Namibia. And most of the projects that are actually looking a lot more promising in terms of commercial viability are the projects that have key partnerships in other countries, right? So the most important thing from experience that I've picked up is yes, it's very important to have G2G partnerships, country-to-country partnerships, but at company level, very, very important, especially for the developing world, very, very important for us to drive partnerships on company levels and form public partnerships as well. An example, again, is also the Hyphen project. Yes, the government procured or an RFP was put out by the government of Namibia, and private companies bid for the project. But to make the project a lot more strategic and to allow the government that strategic role, Hyphen has allowed government to take up 24% equity stake in the project. Again, collaboration. And the only way I believe we can get this right is not only look at it from a one lens, where we look at government-to-government partnerships, but also company-to-company on company level, but also government-to-private sector partnerships to make the sector a lot more commercial. Yeah.
And Romina, in Chile?
Well, in particular...
Turn the microphone on. Microphone.
In particular, in Chile, we have the different policies that we are working on. The most important part of the creation of a plan or a strategy is the collaboration of the public and private sector. This is something that we have in the base of the elaboration of a policy and strategy. In particular, we have the experience of the action plan. The action plan, it's a group of different actions that the different sectors were developing from 10 years ago. So we consider what they're doing, and we are supporting, in terms of the government, to the different projects, for example, in terms of regulation, in terms of the facility installations, the studies, the analysis that we have to do. In all of these topics, we consider the opinion of the private sector. It's essential to be in an agreement of different opinions, because we need to understand first what they need and what we have to do in terms of safety, security, and all these things. So yes, it's part of the values, of the principles of the country, and we hope that this good relation with the private sector continue in the time for the renovation of the next actions, plans, and strategies.
But also to add on, I think one of the key things is also, because the sector is so nascent, it's a very new sector, one of the things that really instill confidence in a lot of investors, because obviously we're talking about commercial viability of most of these projects, is if you do see support from a government level in the sector, it drives a lot of confidence for most of these investors. So because of the nascency of the projects, one of the key things that we do see in our country is also that level of support from a government level also assists or aids in, driving investments in this sector, particularly in the projects. So very key to have that leadership involved, or also just support from a government level in the sector.
So it's a kind of financial de-risking.
Correct, yes.
And doing that. Shall we have a quick look at Slido, because it's time for us to ask you some questions again. So there's the, if you didn't do it the first time, there's the QR code and the log-on number if you need it. And you should be able to come across the questions. And while you're doing that, actually, in a minute I'll get Georgie to explain where to find the documents that you're unable to do in a minute. Obviously, we're not going to show you while you're all scanning the code and doing the questions, so we'll not go there. But just while I'm waiting for you all to answer, and then this is all for everybody who's online as well, you can do the same thing here. In fact, if you're on your computer, you can just point your telephone at your computer and scan the QR code. My 13-year-old showed me how to do that the other day. Well, I'm just waiting to do that. I just want to touch again, because we're going to be talking about finance, and I think this is an important topic. So before I know we're going to talk about this more tomorrow, but Vivian and Sonia, just to bring you back into this conversation about the evolution that we're talking about here and linking with the strategy. How do you see the role of the financing in this transition? So when you look at what's going on in terms of national energy strategy and the maritime strategy, can you touch a little bit perhaps on the sort of the role of the finance and where the governments play a role in, just as Theopolina mentioned there, sort of de-risking, just being a perception of de-risking? Perhaps Vivian.
Yeah, so in Trinidad and Tobago, we've had a history of incentivizing our energy sector, tax holidays, tax breaks, not necessarily subsidies, but in terms of the decarbonizing agenda, I believe that it essentially has to be private sector driven. There is some opportunity with the government playing a role in terms of probably backstopping the projects in terms of building out the projects, but I think the financing is going to have to come from actual bankable projects, from the use of possible methanol and the blue fuels. Other than that, I see where the region and Trinidad and Tobago will be looking for concessional financing or grant funding to finance its decarbonizing agenda. But Trinidad and Tobago specifically, I think there is opportunity for bankable projects because of the scale of the investments and the scale of the plants that are existing infrastructure. I believe there's opportunity there to build bankable projects from conventional financing mechanisms, but with respect to wider port infrastructure, I think because we don't have the throughput in our individual ports to be able to justify a bankable or economically viable project based on shipping as of itself. I believe that is where ports in the region will be looking for, I don't even want to say concessional financing, but probably grant financing.
Good, thank you. Sonia, please.
Yeah, definitely this will require financing is needed when we shift to renewable energy, involving, of course, production, for the maritime transport to be able to shift as well the existing fleet. We need financing for port development, making our ports green and smart. We need what Vivian also mentioned, we need to provide incentives. And definitely, though tomorrow we'll be discussing on the need for our seafarers and port workers and everything, financing will definitely play a very important role in ensuring that we provide and make sure that all our seafarers are getting all the necessary training and all the concerns and issues that they will be encountering in terms of the safe operation of ships that will be using this new fuel. So again, we will go back to a good business model as well, because you cannot attract financing investment if we will not be able to really provide a very good business models for all of this to eventually make these projects commercially viable and sustainable, because we can provide the seed money to start up businesses and take these opportunities for new businesses, but eventually it should be commercially viable to be sustainable. Thank you.
Yeah, any financing has got different levels of financing, so to be able to demonstrate that potential to be mature is going to go there. So, Georgie, are we time to go through some of the questions now that we've asked our audience?
Yes, so thank you for those of you who provided your answers, and also congratulations to the presenters. So the question was that, do you believe that the highlighted national examples and best practices effectively connected the country's energy transition to the requirements of implementing the IMO GHG strategy? So I believe that almost 90%, even in scientific terms, it's a very good response from the audience. So you are seen as best practices in this area, and congratulations both to Chile and for Namibia and the speakers showcasing this. And the next question was that, in your view, what is the main link between maritime and energy sectors? You will see we are tricky, and we are going to be tricky sometimes with our questions, because this is again a question where probably there's not one right answer, but we wanted to get your feeling that what is the most important, or what is your view mainly on this. So most of you are saying that the maritime industry plays a crucial role in facilitating the energy transition, shipping alternative fuels, and promoting green energy. And the second answer is that the transition to alternative fuels has created new opportunities for maritime and particularly developing countries. And a few of you are also recognizing that the industry may be in competition with other sectors for alternative fuels, including those of the future. So thank you very much for taking the poll. Thank you.
Good, thank you, everybody. And if we just leave those slides up there for a second, I just want to touch on those 3 points there that have in that final question. So clearly, if we had given you the chance, you could have answered yes to all 3 of them, in all honesty. But I'll just go to the panel here, just on those questions, and just get your responses. How would you rank those 3? Let's just admit that all 3 of them could be applied here. But how would you rank? Do you see there being a lot of competition for the fuels in the future? We often hear, and particularly I as a journalist often hear about this, the fight for the green hydrogen molecule. But you're talking in your strategy about being able to demonstrate an export capability for the hydrogen. So do you see there's going to be competition? It'll be good for you, but will it be good for the shipping industry, I guess? Between other industries and the shipping industry. So I'm not necessarily asking about whether you're going to be able to sell green hydrogen, green ammonia. Let's just accept the fact that you probably are. Yeah. But I'm talking about how you see that competition that the shipping industry will have to access the green fuels.
Well, in Chile in particular, all the different industries and transport modes are in a process of energy transition. So we see that the raw materials, the feedstocks, it's something that it's very important to create the new fuels. So yeah, it's a problem because all of the different industries want to be more clean, want to be more green, but the priority of the countries are very clear. Here, it's important to increase the social part of the country. So for us, it's essential to increase the incomes of the country, And that's the priority. We are going to consider the industries that have more impact in terms of incomes. And then probably we're going to consider other industry that has an impact as well, but are not essential for the productivity of the country. So in this term, maritime industry is essential to our country, so probably they going to have the priority in this development.
Polina?
I think for Namibia it's a bit different because we present a very unique perspective because oil and gas has also just been discovered in the country. So it will be over the next couple of years, it will be very interesting to see. Time will tell. But what I can say from a government perspective, with the global push to reduce emissions, of course, the demand for green ammonia as a maritime fuel is expected to increase. So that's the route that we are taking, and that's the stance that we've taken as a country. But I just wanted to throw in there that the country has also discovered oil and gas. So it will be interesting to see what that looks like over the next couple of years. Do we need both as a developing country? I'll leave it up to you to answer.
Or maybe we'll see a sort of a mix of the two, so we end up with the blue fuels as well.
Correct. Or we can also employ the example of Hydrum. Hydrum in Oman, they've leveraged their oil and gas industry to grow their clean energy industry. So they're using the proceeds from their oil and gas industry to invest into clean energy and drive their clean energy economy. So there are many good cases out there, so we'll see. Yeah.
Sonia, in the Philippines.
Well, given our archipelagic configuration and recognizing that shipping really plays a very high contribution in terms of trade, I guess, initial, and with the pressure and the adoption of the IMO GHG strategy, I guess the maritime sector would be first in terms of transitioning to green shipping. But I guess eventually, if the other sectors and other industries will be transitioning as well, then given what is available in a particular country in terms of the alternative fuels, then eventually they will be competing for this supply of fuels. But it's a personal view that maybe initially there's not much competition yet, but eventually in the future when all are like transitioning to green operation and green industries, then whatever is available in that particularly competition will definitely follow. Thank you.
And Vivian, you mentioned earlier that historically you've got gas. So is there not a transition that you can manipulate here somewhat to sort of, for the benefit of Trinidad and Tobago?
Yeah, there certainly is, because all of these methanol and ammonia plants are currently powered by gas, and they are looking for alternative feedstock to power the plants, which is why I think there's a lot of opportunity and not necessarily competition. In addition to that, for the first time, we've been hearing our governments have developing a strategy to get involved in methanol bunkering and actually exploring ammonia as a fuel, and ammonia being used as a possible conduit for hydrogen. So those strategies are very much at the forefront of the decarbonization strategy and energy strategy within the country. So I don't see competition. I see transition and Trinidad and Tobago using the global energy transition to leverage the supply of methanol and ammonia as possible blue fuels, with a view to them ultimately becoming green fuels as the plants, the production of the plants themselves, the technology for making them cleaner and greener is deployed.
Good. Now, there is that Q&A session you'll find in Slido. So when we come back after the coffee break, we'll start working our way through those questions. So if you're watching online, you're able then to put some questions there, and I'll be able to ask them to our panel and even the first panel that we heard this morning. So put your questions there. If you're in the room, I'll allow you to raise your hand as well after we've had the coffee break. So we'll break now for coffee, but before that, Georgie, where do they find these documents online?
Yes, thank you. So I was trying to show it, but it somehow doesn't want to take me to the internet, but I can explain it, I think, relatively easily. The same place where you registered, so on the IMO-UNEP-Norway Innovation Forum website, which is under our IMO webpage. You have the link of the registration, you have the link of the agenda, and on the right hand, you also have a link to the report that was presented earlier today as the background document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, 4 countries, 4 examples, 4 experts. Can we say thank you very much to our panel, and I'll see you back here in about half an hour.
Okay, I would like to give the usual 1-minute warning, please, to everyone.
Good. Welcome back, everybody, and those watching online. Welcome back. I'm sure you'll have made a cup of coffee or drank a cup of coffee, had your dinner, had your breakfast, wherever you're watching this from. We're going into a panel session now, and what we have arranged is the last panel are up here on the podium with me, but those who took part in the first panel, they're sat down in the audience. So with some of these questions and the discussion that we're having, I'll try and ask the panelists from the first panel. I'll ask their questions and they can respond from the floor if they want to respond. Some of the questions here we've got are specific to particular participants anyway. So what we're trying to do here with this panel is sort of like reflect on the conversations that we had in this second panel and the what was said and presented as well in the presentations in the first and second panel, so we can discuss further kind of the integration and just think about what we want to get out of the Innovation Forum. The Innovation Forum isn't just about talking, it's about demonstrating and thinking about what the industry needs to do in part of this transition, linking it to the IMO greenhouse gas strategy, linking it to the work of the IMO Secretariat, linking it to the private and public sector in national bodies as well, and the shipping companies as well. So I'm going to go through some of these questions now. If you're on Slido, you'll see those questions. Feel free if you want to add a few more. We've got enough time, I think, to be able to do this. We've got about 40 minutes to go through some of these questions here. So I'm not going to do them in any particular order. I'm not going to try and shock everybody, but I will be pointing at the panelists in due course to answer these questions for me. When I need be, if you do ask a question, please could you, and you want somebody specific to answer it, could you put who that person is that you want to answer the questions? But I'm going to go first of all to China, actually, if I may, because there's a question here about just in time. Now, clearly, just-in-time is something that we've been talking about in the industry for a number of years. It started off as slow steaming, and then it's evolved into kind of an adaptive speeding, ability to arrive when needed. So it's been a discussion around this. But can you talk about a little bit from China's perspective, how you see what you're doing with just-in-time in terms of the ports? Because admittedly, you've got some of the biggest ports in the world in China, so you can be very influential. But the question here is how that is going to link into some of the other programs here. Particularly here, we see the question with the IMO low carbon GIA discussions on just in time. There's work at BIMCO and such. So could you just give us a little bit of a flavour of how you see what China's trying to do in that global perspective, please?
Thank you, Craig. Thanks also for the questions raised. I think, yes, as you said, that just-in-time is not something new. But in the context of the 2023 GHG strategy, and also this just-in-time project has something special has some special significance to the maritime industry regarding the decarbonization. And also, we are now in a good process of digitalization of ports around the world. We know that from the very beginning of this year, according to IMO regulations, that all the ports around the world are using a maritime single window. So in that sense, the technical support or technical environment at the ports around the world are now different from what in the past, I think. So there's the possibility that ports could have the sufficient technical support for just-in-time project. And also, we do, in China's practice, the just-in-time project does not only involve port and ships, but also it is a information sharing or coordination of operation among ports. That means the ports, of course, the last port, of course, will contact or share the information with the next port of call. So this kind of collaboration among ports, I think this something might be a little bit new for it's an input in the concept of the traditional just-in-time. So, and for cooperation with other just-in-time projects or initiatives around the world, for us, the answer is definitely a yes. What we think is that maybe because of the different port traffic administration scheme, we have different format of just-in-time management. But that does not create a barrier for us to share with each other. So we are very open to other JIT projects or initiatives around the world. I think we could start by sharing our experience, our practice, and learn from each other. So in the future, there might be something we found in common and to co-create with each other for a better solution for the ports around the world. Thank you.
Okay, so it is very much about getting all of the ports as much as possible to be able to sort of integrate whatever they're doing in terms of just-in-time arrival, because that, as you say, increases the efficiency within the port. Hannon, can I just take that question a bit further with you in terms of when you're looking at, because you were talking earlier about smart ports and the evolution of smart ports and networks. How do you see an endeavour like just-in-time arrival in terms of promoting smart ports and integrating how they're working together?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the question. Just-in-time could be very important and crucial to ensure to promote energy efficiency in port, to reduce emission, and with cold ironing as a physical infrastructure or onshore power supply will be combined in very effective way, because when you implement cold ironing in ports, if the energy will be clean or from renewable resources, in combination with the just-in-time technology would be the perfect solution, because you can guarantee the availability of the pairs. No, you can also respire fuel and reduce port congestion. Then it will be very effective. Working together just-in-time, cold ironing, and powered from clean energy. Okay, thank you.
And actually, you mentioned something there, and that comes into another question that we've already got here relating to electrical shore supply to ships. If it can instantly reduce 6 to 7% of emissions today without any innovation, why aren't we targeting it more aggressively? So I think what we're talking there is about using an accessible technology or approach towards energy efficiency and being able to promote it even further. And you mentioned in China that you've got inland electrification as one of, you demonstrated 3 projects there, so inland electrification. It doesn't say in this question really whether we're talking about electrical shore supply like cold ironing or whether it's electrical shore supply for battery recharging, but nonetheless either of those models are certainly going to be available. So perhaps we can take that and another perspective from the ports. I don't know if actually, Magnus, within the green shipping programme, is any elements of electrification within that you can share?
Yeah, certainly. And I think, like you say, it's both cold ironing and charging of batteries for use in transit. The question on the board there, I think, would be relating to cold ironing, basically because 6 to 7% is what global shipping emits when in port. And I think the answer to that is quite straightforward. It's a matter of cost. It's a matter of cost relating to the shoreside supply infrastructure and the onboard technology to use it. And then, crucially, it's about the cost of producing a kilowatt hour of energy from the diesel gensets, which is typically lower than buying the power from shore, which is why you see in Norway there's been quite an extensive build-out of shore power infrastructure, whereas the usage of that has been lagging. And I think that comes down to the cost. It's simply more cost efficient to use gensets on board, unless you can provide some incentives or requirements.
Yeah, I'm aware there's been a lot of discussions about you can mandate cold ironing, you put cold ironing in or possibilities in the ports, but if the ships don't use it, it's a waste. And Georgie, I know at the IMO there's been some work within electrification and just in time as well, hasn't there? Could you sort of elaborate just very briefly in terms of what the IMO has been doing?
Yes, happy to. So under the Green Voyage 2050 project, which also China is a beneficiary country of, we have developed just-in-time transition guidelines. And also when it comes to electrification, so we have developed the feasibility study for India, Brahmaputra River, I hope I'm pronouncing it well, on hybrid vessel charging options. Now, of course, we do not regulate inland water, but we do recognize that it's a good testing ground. And I understand that this was also the case in Norway, where battery-powered vessels were first tested in Norwegian waters. So that's a little update from us. And just to note, Craig, that I see that there are also people from the audience who are raising hands. So our idea was to get all the questions on Slido, and you can still access Slido and have questions there. But maybe what we could do, we could take the top few questions from Slido, and for those who are not comfortable using Slido, we can take a few questions also here from the audience.
You're saying that we go analog? Let's just take the next question actually will go to you as well then, Georgie, in terms of what can the IMO and other global players do to facilitate green transition, lifting the impediments faced by developing coastal states in technology transfer?
Okay, so this is one big, long question. I think that the Innovation Forum and similar forums, workshops we are doing where we aim to showcase best practices hopefully help. So today and tomorrow we are also not just discussing maritime decarbonization, but we are discussing maritime decarbonization, implementing the IMO GHG strategy in developing countries, what models can work, what we have seen that could be replicated, what are the best practices. Of course, we have a whole portfolio of projects. We have our technical cooperation, and within that, ITCP supports implementation of the GHG strategy with capacity building mainly. But we have a basket of major projects. I would encourage you to visit our website. You've heard a lot about Green Voyage already, so that one is our flagship project where in the future we are also aiming not only supporting countries with feasibility study, but to provide also gap funding, which will be the first time for IMO that we are providing gap funding for technology testing on the ground. We also have GMN, which is an EU finance project, which is building on the regional presence of the global maritime technology centers. And these are also supporting smaller scale pilot projects in the most vulnerable countries, in many cases in seeds. The development of these technology pilots was supported by the IMO CARES project, which you have also heard of earlier, which was a Saudi-financed project, which is coming now close to an end, and identified these pilots, supported technology providers to meet with the needs of the countries. And we have GHG Smart, which is an annual training program supporting LDCs and seeds. We have now also a regional Smart Sea GHG project, which will support the Philippines and Vietnam in developing their national action plan. We also have FinSmart, which is a financial roundtable supporting maritime decarbonization. So I could say that we do quite a bit, but probably we could do even more. And there are, of course, things which are not in our hands. So we heard in the beginning that one of the biggest challenges that were identified by the participants is finance. So we are not a bank. We cannot act like a bank. But we hope that through FinSmart, through also supporting the countries by capacity building on how to access finance, how to develop bankable project proposals, we can also support them in this area.
Thank you. We'll go to the floor if there are some questions on the floor. Josie, please.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, panel. I just wanted to come to this point of innovation, which is a forum here. IMO traditionally has been the regulatory body all these years, and technical cooperation, the traditional capacity building training has been our regular business. The idea of innovation and supporting innovation only recently came into this space, and where IMO started with the Innovation Forum, we have some projects that looks into piloting. We have MTCCs, of course. So I'm trying to reverse the question that you asked. If innovation was a very key for the transition into decarbonization, what can IMO do more in that area from the panel's perspective, in addition to what we have been doing? Or should we just continue to do that? Or can we do something else? We saw in the Slido that promoting innovation, national innovation strategies is as an important one. I would like to hear from the panel who are talking today, just to see from your perspective, what more IMO could do. Thank you.
Let's start with Romina. What would you like to see the IMO do more in terms of supporting innovation?
Well, I work in regulation, so for me this is an interesting part that we are looking. We are working very hard understanding what we have to do in terms of regulation. This is an interesting part because we have the experience of the different countries around the world, but locally we have differences. So we can't take the regulation of a country or Europe and copy the same one to our country and do the same one. We have conditions totally different. So understand the experiences of the other countries in terms of the certification, the standards, what they are using, what are the experiences, the mistakes. All those things are essential to learn about what they are doing and what we can improve. So additionally, I think that, financing is a part. We need to generate something like, I don't know, it's a hub of financing, but we need to understand what are the different foundings that we have around the world, and generate a match with the different projects. This is important as well. And finally, I don't know if I have, probably understand the different gaps that we have to improve in terms of infrastructure. This is something that is very interesting because all the countries are considering different changes, modifications of their infrastructure. So it's interesting to learn more about what the other countries are doing in adaptation and creation of infrastructure.
Should we go to Theopolina?
Yes, thank you very much. I think for me, what I would say is, and I don't expect IMO to do it directly, but maybe if you can find innovative ways to do it collectively so it can reach the people that needs it most, as in terms of financing. And also just applications for green financing mechanisms that are out there. There's not a lot of, especially within the developing world, there's not a lot of knowledge on how to access green financing and what mechanisms are out there. So maybe if IMO can do a bit of work, and also in a very region-specific, I wouldn't say country-specific because that just, it's going to be too tedious, maybe a region-specific manner on how green financing can be accessed. If there can be a bit of work done in there, in that space. And like Georgia said, this is one of the platforms that IMO uses to really draw people together so we can learn from each other's experiences. But if more can be done, more of these. It's my first one, and I know it's the fourth one, but really it's been very helpful listening to the rest of the countries, listening to what other countries are doing in their particular spaces. But if we can do more of these, maybe in a granular manner where there are technical working groups gathering, sharing experiences in a granular manner, that could also be something that IMO can consider.
So building up more granularity and being able to work together.
Yes.
In that manner.
Yeah.
Sonia, from a Philippines perspective then.
Yeah, and I also share that maybe on the financing side, on what are the available financing and how do we access these facilities. But I'm really interested in more of R&D initiatives on green technologies and green solutions that I don't know if it's true with other countries, but for the Philippines, we're sort of one of this item as one of our weaknesses. So maybe it is an area that may be explored, and green technologies and solutions that could be really addressing the needs of, if not a particular country, but a particular region. So maybe that one, yes, there are other countries that are really doing all this R&D, but sometimes they are not indeed applicable or considering the national circumstances of member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vivian, please.
I think the IMO has a very important role in bringing stakeholders in both the private sector and the public sector together. Oftentimes, both of these major entities of the maritime industry operate in silos. The industry tends to operate at levels of regulation, and they comply, but not necessarily understanding the difficulty of a maritime regulator and the various maritime administrations, especially within the developing world. So I think in terms of progressing decarbonization agenda, I think there's opportunity to bring government, industry, and academia within the same room to discuss opportunities. Because what I've witnessed as the MTCC is pockets of conversation that is private sector oriented, government sector oriented, academically oriented, and there isn't enough gelling of these ideas And I think the IMO has a central role in bringing these stakeholders together, whether it's in the form of a conference or whether it's in the form of some sort of maritime conference annually in the various regions. But I think it has to be a lot more aggressive in its outreach to industry, and particularly industry within the developing world. And I see that integration between government, industry, and academia here within the IMO, but within the regions, getting that is very difficult, especially when you reach out to a maritime stakeholder and they rephrase and they say, oh, that's a head office thing. That's taken care of in London. And yeah, we're supporting, check the IMO website, you'll see our chairman there. So, you know, the attempts are dismissed as being relevant at the regional level. And that's where the implementation and the region-specific strategies need to be devised. So I think there's a significant role there in bringing these stakeholders together to develop the projects for implementation for region-specific objectives. And, you know, I've heard many times that the IMO said, it's not a bank, that's not their mandate. But the IMO is a very trusted organization in the various regions. And maybe it's time you explore responsibility in terms of financing. That's my take.
Good. And I'm going to actually, what I heard there was you saying that in the corporations as well, that they should, particularly large corporations which are centred around the global north, the developed countries, in London and wherever, what they shouldn't do so much is just pass it up the chain, put it back to London, and they say, well, we're doing things at IMO. They should be more responsible in actually engaging on a regional level on those regional issues without it necessarily having to go further up a particular chain. It stays regional. Going back to what we just heard there, it stays granular.
Definitely. And in terms of those regional objectives, the regions are even difficult because sometimes the issues are not common across the various countries of the region. So, you know, there needs to be dialogue as to what can work for different areas within the region. So, you know, I think there is a vacuum there that the IMO can really fill in just bringing these stakeholders together to brainstorm how can we get it done for realistic implementation.
You've kind of asked one of the other questions that we've got on Slido here, which was, can the Caribbean experience be used by other island regions? And I guess that's not necessarily meaning intra-Caribbean, but other island regions being able to benefit from what you're able to succeed at within the Caribbean, and vice versa, undoubtedly.
Well, it depends on which part of the Caribbean you're looking at. So if it's the oil and gas industrial Caribbean, yes, there are lessons learned that can be deployed in countries that are looking to now develop oil and gas, and you know, things that can avoid, and perhaps to try to do those things with better and cleaner technology, although it's still fossil fuel based. But in terms of, I would say, the tourism dependent countries, definitely there's been decarbonization initiatives. Barbados has indicated that they have actually decarbonized 25% of their port infrastructure by the deployment of solar technology. So there are lessons to be learned depending on which aspect of the Caribbean region that you're looking at. And as I also mentioned, there's also the overseas territories within the Caribbean that are also testing and deploying technology specific to island states. So yeah, there are different pockets of the Caribbean that you find that there are various aspects of technology implementation that is in progress. And of course, those lessons can be learned. But how, I think the bigger question is, how do we transfer those lessons learned? And what is the forum for facilitating that transfer?
And another question that's come in terms of, can we identify the areas, specific areas from the panel that where financing isn't available? What would you say if you're going to pinpoint? I know we're going to go into a bigger finance session tomorrow when we're going to have some of the international finance organisations on the panel, and this is a good opportunity to actually sort of prep them. Maybe there's one or two in the audience or listening here, so they know I'm going to ask this question. But could you pinpoint from the panel and maybe from the previous panel down on the floor, Can you pinpoint areas where you think there is missing finance? So, Romina, it's okay if you say no.
Well, probably considering the different, we have a lot of financing in terms of the studies that we have in Chile, feasibility studies. We have a lot of support of the different countries of the world. They are very interested in our projects. But sometimes we don't have enough financing for the implementation of these feasibility studies, and this is a problem. So we have a lot of information, a lot of research, but we can't implement that. So I think that in my viewpoint, this is a gap that we have to support. Yes.
Theoplina, anything from your point of view?
I mean, we also have quite a lot of financing when it comes to feasibility studies. But I think one of the key areas that really, where there's a gap and a pertinent gap for us is there isn't a lot of studies that have been done, let's say peer-to-peer studies that have been done in the financial sector. I'll explain. So, for example, banks in the West have done a bit of, if not a lot, of green financing schemes. Banks locally, and I can only speak for our region in Namibia or in South Africa, maybe South Africa is a little advanced, but specific to Namibia, most of the banks haven't done that yet. So it'll be really good to see peer-to-peer studies and funding that is targeted at peer-to-peer works, like matching banks, maybe banks that have done green financing, to upskill the banks in the South to implement similar funding mechanisms, so they can just learn from those that have done it in the past. There hasn't been so much of that happening in our region. If there is, I don't know about it, and I'm happy to hear from the rest. But yeah, that is a key area, and maybe the IMO can maybe match some of our banks so we can learn a little bit from the West on how best we can really drive this financing mechanisms that will drive the greater decarbonization targets.
So really it's about capacity building in the financial sector.
Correct, yes.
As much as it is within the maritime sector. I'll take your answers and then I'll go back to the floor. Please, Sonia.
Well, I think though there are financing available for feasibility studies in the Philippines, still very limited. So this one area that I could say that we still need financing, and definitely on the research and development of the new technologies, both green solutions and technologies.
Vivian.
I think definitely for us, a financing area that is important for the Caribbean region is financing for port infrastructure. Some ports have actually conducted their energy audits, and using that to implement their energy management plans, they've reached out for financing and they've been unsuccessful. So I think in terms of port infrastructure, access and again building capacity for understanding the need of port infrastructure and bearing in mind that it may not necessarily be an economically viable project based on traditional economics. So I think port infrastructure is definitely an area where financing is needed for the Caribbean region.
I think that's
Thank you. I've got another question from the floor, please, at the front.
Good evening, Chair. This is Sonali, and I have been hearing from a lot of panelists who are talking about within their national policies that they have this bunkering hubs, alternate fuel bunkering hubs. Now, as seafarers, I know that the major bunkering hubs across the world are like Singapore, Fujairah, maybe Panama, and the Houston. So the countries who are looking at the production of this alternate fuels and then establishing them as a bunkering hubs, how are we going to look at the decongestion of that bunkering load which are restricted to these ports, and then maybe favorably connect them and reroute them to these places where they are looking at having these bunkering hubs. It would be interesting to note if any feasibility study has been done, because eventually it has to be economically viable, as we are seeing all along.
So in other words, the transition from one bunkering location, which there are significant geographical bunkering locations around the world that you just mentioned.
Right.
But
like in India also, we are looking at having bunkering hubs at New Mangalore and nearby ports. So globally, what kind of cooperation we are looking at so that we can really have decongestion, or if they are looking at exporting those alternate fuels, it would eventually add up to the final product, that is the final end product. So any feasibility study that how economically viable this whole thing would turn out to be.
It's about connecting the point of production of these alternate fuels to the point of actual consumption, because we know the point of consumption will be the bunkering hub, but it's not produced there.
But where is the bunkering hub? And I think Theopolina and Romina, you both pointed to developing the fuels, but do you see Chile and Namibia? In fact, you did mention that Namibia could be a bunkering hub, but have you done the feasibilities? Have you examined how you become the bunkering hub for these new fuels?
Yeah, we are exploring this option, but first the priority is local demand. So the analysis that explore the feasibility studies thinking about powered vessels with ammonia, but we are considering also to generate the infrastructure and the bunkering to generate the conditions for something like that. Today, I don't have more information about what we're going to do and when we're going to do that, but it's an option. It's an option for our country, because we are in a strategic location in the world for these kinds of projects.
Yeah, and for us, similar, right? Because, like I said, we did the demonstration study, plant, and it's running. And the next phase is, of course, to scale it up for commercial purposes. But the uniqueness of our partnership is that the company that looks to actually build out this bunkering hub is currently one of the biggest producers of ships. But when they then produce the molecule, they will be an off-taker. So it will go to, they become the off-taker. In essence, that sort of makes the case a lot more interesting and not very similar to, and again, if we're going to make it a bunkering hub, we obviously need to look at the rest of the options as well, right? Looking at exporting it to the rest of the world and not only one location. And all of these are under consideration. But I also wanted to just put it to you that there's that option of one of the strategic partners becoming an off-taker. Yeah.
And I'm going to go back to Romina very briefly. There's just a question here that you can quickly answer. What's the source of the carbon used to produce synthetic fuels by HIF? Is it biogenic, industrial flue gas?
HIF-Luval, it's a project which is located in the south of Chile. Well, as mentioned, it is producing synthetic gasoline, synthetic methanol, GLP. They're exploring the production of sustainable aviation fuels. And, well, you need hydrogen and you need CO2. The CO2 you can extract or capture the CO2 for the atmosphere. This is direct air capture, or for with biomass. In this case, it's biomass, so it's biogenic CO2. But they are exploring direct air capture, but it's more expensive.
Yes. Yes, it is. I've got a question here from Gavin. Do you want to ask it, Gavin, as you're right up the back?
Which one? I actually put two up there.
I know you did. Whichever. No, it was the question about how you go further and actually encourage innovation in the countries, in the developing countries?
Yeah, so it's at the top now. So yes, this is a question around, innovation is not something that is done to peoples and organizations. It really does involve co-design. It involves the development of indigenous knowledge, and really promoting local innovation coming up, and SMEs in the regions, for example, in least developed countries and SIDS. How do we encourage this? How do we develop this further, rather than bringing in technologies or even IP from outside? We're actually developing that and therefore creating a positive spiral or a positive development spiral within the countries themselves. Thank you.
Can I have a shot at that?
Go ahead.
So I think it is really important for the indigenous knowledge and region-specific knowledge to meet the existing knowledge in the global north. So I think partnerships and institutionalized partnerships between universities in the north and the south is very important. And I really consider the technology centers residing within universities, building the capacity within the region, by the region, has been quite successful. And I think there is a lot of opportunity, again, to leverage that model for the technology transfer to take place between the global north and the south. So I think that is critical in terms of forming institutionalized partnerships. And again, I see IMO playing a role there to bring these academic players together. Because again, most universities, their funding and their donors very much dictate the research agendas of these universities and innovation centers. And perhaps if there is an agenda that integrates this sort of capacity building and technology transfer into the various regions, this is where SIDS and LDCs will be enabled to catch up. Bearing in mind, again, there's always a question of scale in the various SIDS and LDCs, because even in terms of project development and project deployment, there is always a reality of the actual capacity of the universities and the innovation centers within those particular regions. So some sort of institutionalized academic agenda and research agenda that promotes the sharing of R&D is really important. Can I also get a shot at the bunkering question?
Yeah, of course.
Because I would have an answer, because we've commissioned a methanol bunkering. National Energy of Trinidad and Tobago has commissioned a bunkering feasibility study, which would see, we anticipate that we will be in partnering with possibly Panama for methanol bunkering within proximity of the Panama Canal. Methanol bunkering is currently done in Trinidad and Tobago, but it is, of course, done for the methanol tankers and the methanol-powered ships. So again, that experience and transferring the product and the availability and the capacity is something that is currently under exploration, and that feasibility study is expected to be concluded in January 2025.
Good. Thank you. Actually, while I'm here and we were talking about models, let me just come to you in a second, sir. Can I go to Maria from the European Commission, please? Just on that innovation, because I'm, through my job as a technical journalist, I've covered a lot of the innovations and the projects that have come out of the European Union through the various programmes that you've done there. But just going directly to Gavin's question there about the developing country being able to stimulate local innovation. Could you sort of elaborate how the innovative models that you've got have helped different countries in building up their innovative approach? Because obviously what the Innovation Forum is trying to do is look for models that can be replicated elsewhere. So I'm interested in what's going on within the European Union framework of innovation and how that could be replicated elsewhere.
Yes, thank you very much. Indeed, in the European Commission, we also share the idea that we cannot be top-down and just tell the developing countries or other third countries what to do. And this is why, for example, we have these high-level dialogues in which we try to come up with joint innovation agendas. And the most developed one would be the high-level dialogue that we have with Africa, and the priorities are co-designed and co-owned by the European Union and the African Union. So this is already a first step and a very developed step towards looking into innovation as a shared process rather than a way in which we say, okay, what we need where on our own. But also we don't have this high-level dialogues with everyone, but as many of the panelists are pointing out, this forum is a very good forum to see ourselves. We are all working in innovation in different domains, and from the side of the European Commission, we are very much open to understand the needs of the developing countries, and instead of looking now into RNA projects or creating new RNA projects, already see what we have already produced, and first see not so much, because we were talking about, okay, bringing our IPs or our technologies. There are some stages that are prior to that in knowledge gaps, and maybe putting our researchers in touch with the researchers in the developing countries is a first step to enable or give a push to the researchers in the developing countries actually taking ownership of the research they're doing and collaborating in a more peer-to-peer manner. And I've already talked to Vivian, and I opened my email to the MTCCs in particular, because I think it's a good way to channel the regional needs, and you can maybe reach out to us and tell us what are your needs, and we can try to help you navigate through the Horizon Europe not very easy environment.
Thank you very much. There was a question on the third row, sir.
Yes. Okay, my name is James Nganga. I'm a port expert with the African Development Bank. Mine is not a question. I just want to make some recap comments on the questions that were on the slide. There was a question regarding the issue of ship-to-shore gantry cranes using electric power. In a good number of our African ports, the ship-to-shore gantry cranes that are in place are actually fossil fuel powered. This presents a very great opportunity to convert them to electrical. We've seen a few ports take that approach, gone ahead, put aside funds to facilitate that. The biggest challenge in some of those ports is that they are already brownfield operations, they already have contractual obligations with concessionaires, so it becomes difficult midstream to try and innovate and get that change. But this is where the role of policies that would mainstream decarbonization then come into play. Fortunately, we have one port in East Africa where I worked extensively before. In 2015, by the way, they took a lead and went about green policy decarbonization aspects. And were able, after an assessment done or an inventory done of the greenhouse gas emissions, they were able to then get grant funding that enabled them to bring in cranes that were electrical powered. And the whole idea was to facilitate the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. That is one part I wanted to comment on. The second aspect is on inland waterways. And by the way, I'm happy to note, but I need to have further discussions with our colleagues from IMO about the mandate of IMO as far as inland waterways is concerned. On the 4th of October, our board did approve a significant funding to go into Lake Kivu help set up a maritime authority, help introduce safety to navigations, as well as develop some new port facilities. Now, this is very fresh. Yesterday, one of our regional partners, because we have a call for support, wrote to us and is interested in catalyzing the introduction of electric vessels in some of the inland waterways in East Africa. It's something that we picked. Actually, we had a very extensive discussion about it. We've encouraged them to go ahead and prepare it because we think it's an innovation that we can take forward. But before this, in January, working with the Lake Victoria Basin Commission, we were able to secure about $9 million for some work on Lake Victoria. And one of the aspects that that work is supposed to generate is new prototypes or the recommendations and designs of the new ship technology to be introduced on the lake. And here we are looking at both aspects, adaptation and mitigation. When you look at mitigation, this is where the aspect of decarbonization comes in. So it is an aspect that has potential. And as a bank, we've actually made a call to a number of regional bodies to come up with proposals for inland waterways. And we will try and make sure we mainstream that aspect of electric vessels where possible. I don't want to preempt my conversation tomorrow, but I will talk again about where else we financed electric powered vessels within the continent. The other aspect was to do, I'm trying to, some of the things that were said, the other aspect has to do, okay, when I recall it, I will bring it out. But that's the message I wanted to pass, that there is potential in those aspects and it needs the necessary support to get it done.
Good, thank you. And we'll touch probably on it a little bit tomorrow,
okay,
as you mentioned. Anyway, we've got a couple of minutes left, so rather than me spend that time doing a wrap-up, I can always do that tomorrow. You've all been here and been wonderful, so I'm sure you will remember what has been said better than me. I've got a couple more questions, one for Sonia, if I may. It's about the Philippines maritime programs and promoting decarbonisation within the ASEAN region amongst member states. So Philippines taking a sort of leading role, I guess, within the region.
Thank you for that question. And I guess the key is sharing and collaborating. Last year, we had a regional dialogue on the challenges and opportunities of decarbonization. And in fact, once we finalize our national action plan on the GHG reduction and decarbonization, we are planning to invite our neighboring countries to a dialogue forum in the Philippines so we can present and share our best practices and what we have done on this national strategy and action plan. So I guess the key is we share our best practices, we share information, and then we collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to another question here that came in from Gavin. Rather than Gavin ask it, I'll ask it and just caveat it a little bit here as well. Basically, in securing financing projects, SMEs, companies are often subject to high compliance reporting and proven track record requirements. So the question is about removing that bar to enable more innovation, more projects, etc. So perhaps, Vivian, I can go back to you here. Could you comment a little bit about, in securing financing, in securing the backing of project financing, small, medium enterprises, how are they going to be, it goes back to this kind of supporting innovation, really. How are they going to be supported to be able to do that if the bar for the applications is so high?
Yeah, I think the simple answer to that is capacity building in actually making the applications. But I think the question with respect to financing and it's the reality in the context of the small island states or the developing state, it's the reality of the investment, because even in terms of the question that was asked in terms of the provision of shore power, a lot of small island states don't even have the capacity to provide shore power. So, because, even in terms of a cruise ship would suck the entire energy of the entire country, so the reality of the the compliance requirements and the application themselves need to make sense in context. And yeah, I think these applications are often very intimidating, and there has to be a lot more outreach in terms of building capacity in the developing world for accessing available grants and available funding opportunities. And from the conversations that I've been following with respect to even the market-based measures, that's why there seems to be a popular opinion for IMO to become such an institution, because there is that trust, and there is, at least there is, I think there's a feeling that there will be a concerted effort in making the funds genuinely accessible. Not to say the current funds are disingenuous in their approach, but it's just very difficult to access the funding given the compliance and the reporting requirements. And oftentimes, a lot of the countries just don't have the capacity to dedicate towards unlocking financing, especially climate financing. We've seen where some of the Caribbean countries that have been successful in unlocking climate finance, they actually hired experts to unlock those financing for them. But that is a short-term gain because the region doesn't build the capacity to unlock it. So it comes down to really capacity building. And, you know, while I don't support the standards of reporting being lowered, because there's risk in that, I do believe there is need to build capacity to enable the required compliance and reporting.
Don't know if any of the other panel want to comment on that. If there aren't any more questions on the floor, some of the questions that have come in, by the way, I'll be asking tomorrow, which is why I haven't approached those questions that are on Slido now. Did you have one final point?
Something to add on to what she said. In terms of compliance and reporting, we've had quite a bit of discussions on this with different players, including the International Association of Ports and Harbors, including our colleagues in IMO. In many other sectors, there is certification granted when you comply and has a validity period of some time. So those are some of the ideas we are looking at, introducing kind of a green port certification scheme. Already some of the private players, the concessionaires, the big port terminal operators already are in different schemes. Actually, we were supposed to have had a meeting with one player that is handling for one of the biggest port terminal operators in Africa. We were supposed to have it yesterday, but due to some reasons, we've postponed it. But it's all in an attempt to try and see how best we can help the industry so that a scheme that allows for compliance, reviews, and allows for peer-to-peer sharing. Also, amongst those, we are looking at, these are the standardization entities. I don't want to mention any corporate names, but the companies that do standardization, if we can then have them develop some guidelines which they can then subscribe to commonly and then use it now to enforce, to sort of bring compliance. But where we will hoist it, we still are having a debate, and we would welcome any suggestions, whether we hoist it at the African Union, whether we hoist it at the International Ports Associations. We've had quite an extensive discussion with the International Association of Ports and Harbors on the same. So it's something that we've been challenged by our leadership in the bank, and we need to develop it. Within the next 2 quarters, we have to come up with something tangible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. Polina.
No, this is just very briefly to Mr. James. I know you said you don't want to preempt your conversation for tomorrow, but just a quick ask, please, as you go into conversation tomorrow, please don't just bring us conversations around how the bank funded electric vessels and new ship technologies, but also maybe best practices around where the bank funded port infrastructure, because for sure that is a gap on the African continent particularly. So it will be good to hear from you tomorrow with regards to port infrastructure, specific to funding of port infrastructure.
Thank you. I do have a slide for that. So
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, that preempts some of the conversations for tomorrow nicely, doesn't it? That's part of my job doing in talking about what we're going to deal with tomorrow, because that's a wrap for today. Can we say a big thank you to our panellists on the podium with me now and those who took part first in the first session this morning? Thank you very much. So we're going to go into some of the other issues tomorrow relating to what we need to talk about in terms of building up innovation capacity, the financing, and of course the just transition. We're going to be talking about seafarers as well, and the human capacity, the training that needs to be thought about as a key factor in this transition. So with that, thank you for me for today, and I'll hand back over to Georgie. Do we have any other housekeeping things like drinks?
Yes, just that. So just a fun one. You are all invited on the first floor to a reception. So hope you can join us for a few drinks and some canapés. Thank you.